Okay, how's everyone doing? Good to see all you. Hope you're having a wonderful day. It is a very dreary Monday, but look, we got a Jake. A rare Jake at the start of the stream. What would you say about that, Jake? He's inspecting to see if there's food on my breath. There's not, so he's leaving. I hope you all had a great weekend, and I hope you're having a wonderful day today. Sinju, how you doing? Glenny, Aaron, Pirek, Jester, Rune. Hey, Priz, thank you for the 25 months. 25 already, wow. Ass clap is legit the most fun I've had on Amara in a long time, Quag 25 months ago. That sounds like a sentence I would say. Yep. Hey, Reckless Monster. Jake did the breckie check and you failed? I did fail. I absolutely did. What's ass clap? The Amara build that eventually resulted in me being drunk at 4 a.m. on Flack and being jealous and being like, well, why can't I just do that too? And then equipping a stinger, and that's how Rackstab came along.
Ass clap is legit the most fun I've had on Amara in a long time, Quag 25 months ago.
That's true, text-to-speech. You're absolutely right. Hey, loading screen. Thank you for the 7 months and the tier 2. Tier 2 extra layer of support really goes a long way. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. 7. I really appreciate it. You guys and all the support means the world. So today, one of the setups we were worried about the performance of at high chaos levels was the Clawbringer action skill ones. Cleansing Flames, which was already not great. And then Storm Dragon's Judgment, which was great. But because of the Spellblade change, we're a bit worried about it. Well, I'm here to prove that we need not be worried. There's not only some restructuring of the build that allows it to perform just as powerfully as before, there's some additional stuff we've worked into it that make it even stronger. Yeah, additional stuff makes it even stronger. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. Don't mind my connection already being questionable. I think it might be even worse than usual today because it is a very dreary day out there. So winds and storms and stuff might knock out my connection a couple times. But here's hoping. Here's hoping. It's currently strangling my bitrate. The Forbidden Spell? No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. The skill tree wise first. You might notice that it looks a little different than it last did. We are not going down to Awe and Indomitable, as per the usual. Instead, we're going for Executioner's Blade. And you might notice some of these points look interesting. We have max Swift Death, 1 sneak attack, no Shadow Step, no Nimble Fingers, which is a choice. Sneezes, allergies. Ugh. Morning, Kitty. How you doing? Or afternoon, I suppose. Hi. And over in the hero points, we've done some interesting things. We've maxed strength, maxed dexterity, or maxed wisdom, excuse me, as we normally do with melee alchemical agent based stuff. But we have a specific number in dexterity. This is not full investment into dexterity. This is 2 points shy of full investment into dexterity. Those 2 floater points went into intelligence. But this is important enough because we've got 83.3% melee crit chance right here, unbuffed. Now we're going to get into combat and I'm going to show you my crit chance once we're in there. But additionally, this was so specific that I went and grabbed the rune switches on this character. On Saturday, I spent my Saturday night grabbing the rune switches. I didn't bother with the marbles or the poetry, but I actually went and did that. How the hell you got that much crit chance? It's actually not too hard. Purples are useful for that. I've got a comma with 19% base. Combos also have 140% crit damage, so that's very nice to have. And you might have spotted why I don't have Indomitable in the spec anymore. You might have sussed that one out. Oh, and yeah, I did some chaos climbing myself on this character off stream. I'm on chaos 64 now. 64 is the first one where chaotic is no longer in the pool, so that's pretty cool. You go from 63 to 64. Now all the gear we get is volatile or better, which is pretty sick. We're up to a 19.4% chance of ascended, and enemy HP is a bit higher than old chaos 50 was. 64 feels really comfy. Morning, Stump. How are you? It's a way to start a Monday. It certainly is, Jaybridge. So, the thing we do here is we activate our spell for that enchant. We hit with both Oath of Fire and Oath of Thunder, get both Halves of Awe going. And we have exactly 100% melee crit chance. Exactly 100. This means that Stormdragon's Judgment will crit on every single hit of melee damage that it does. And you can get Stormdragon's Judgment to hit a target up to 3 times depending on how you angle it. Also running a Cryo Empowering Sigil, because frozen enemies take a lot more melee damage. And because of that crazy melee crit chance, our Executioner's Blade is also always critting. And you might hear something that we're doing now. But hammer weak. Cursed Brit. Yes, we're using the Cursed Brit. The thing is, introducing Cursed Wit here is actually pretty smooth. Excuse me, allergies. Apologies. Reason for that being that, well, this one's level 15. And the thing about that is, this is very likely a bug, but lower level enchants from lower level items at level 40 do not seem to actually be weaker. Now, the card will tell you they are, and they probably should be, but they're not. So, like, for example, I was testing this out on an even lower level one. 15 is the first level where enchants start spawning on items that you drop. So I have a 15 one here arbitrarily, but I've gotten Cursed Wits as low as level 6. I was running around the level 6 one with this enchant on, and it shows the values as 0 and 0. Now, those are probably rounded, but even at 0, it seemed to be healing at the exact same rate. So there is no penalty for running a lower level ward if you want it to break. So we're running a level 15 because it breaks very easily, in like one tick of anything, and we get our roid damage as well. And the thing with Cursed Wit here is 100% conditional damage, assuming we're very close to enemies, is effectively just replacing what we lost from the Spellblade. That's the whole point of it. So anytime you're seeing me kill things where I'm not outright hugging them, or while my ward isn't broken, that's proving that, like, we're stronger than we were with the Spellblade. Now, granted, if the Spellblade had not been changed, and we did the, some of the tech we're doing here on it, you know, if it were to come back for some reason, that would be stronger than what we're doing now. But we've definitely made the most of the situation, and switching from Spellblade to Kama has resulted in the build not feeling different. And you might think survivability is a concern now, and it sometimes is, but the Empowering Sigil helps a lot, and we also are running a Sacrificial Skeep. So it's a very aggressive build. Does very well bossing as well. Miss EchoCast? Me too. I'll go over the full build at the end of the run stump if someone reminds me. Enemies can't hurt you when they're frozen dead. True. But we are still taking survivability. I don't want this to be conflated with the builds that run around where people have these HP and ward values and then just, like, don't take any survivability tech and then they die. No, I'm still focused on survivability as much as I need to be here. The Sigil really does help quite a bit. I have a healing passive on my armor, and I have a healing enchant on my ward. And the Skeep. That's some screaming. Morning, Urban Mech. How you doing? Morning, Ember. I bring excellent news. Have a new apartment. Out of that slumlord hellhole. Let's fucking go. It's about time. I'm glad you were able to finally get out of that situation. I'm proud of you, Ember. Good shit. Whoopsie. I do have this. Nasty spell makes this very awkward, but doable. Comma time, comma time. Doing okay for a Monday morning? It's a good place to be. Good place to be. Blue, thank you for the 14 months and for the Prime. That first badge continues to look good on you. And Kwa to you as well. Thank you so much. How you doing? Qua. I'm still mildly distressed that text-to-speech started saying certain things differently. One of Swin's emotes is now pronounced differently by it, but it didn't start saying quad differently, so little victories. Doing good, just chilling? Just chilling's good. Ooh, chat. I finally got to watch Jujutsu Kaisen 0 last night. That was fun. I enjoyed that immensely. I also I caught up on She-Hulk. I haven't watched Andor yet. I'm maybe gonna get into that today. But I'm attempting to work through my shows and backlog and stuff, but I'm juggling too many things. I've got personal stuff, and then I've also got working on build stock stuff for this. Also juggling, you know, streams. It's tough. Finding hours in the day is awkward. But I had a nice binge shit I've been meaning to watch the last couple weeks day yesterday. For one, I'm loving Andor. I've heard nothing but good things about it, which has me very excited because I really enjoyed Rogue One, and you know it's the same brains behind that, so I think I'll like it. Also, it doesn't seem rushed with the format. Like the number of episodes and length of episodes seems very promising. Seems very content dense. Get a fighting Wonderland's addiction's not easy. The game's good. I end up playing it often. It's hard not to. Internet cutouts, I don't know what you said about my message, how's stream going? Oh, I said I'm proud of you. I said I'm proud of you, Ember. And I'm glad you're out of that situation. But it's going well. Oh, the Quag stream tells me what to do and I do it. How you doing, 7th? In the spirit of spooky season, we watched the original Nightmare on Elm Street this weekend. Ooh, nice. I think I'm gonna try to do some spooky season type stuff for stream content. I just gotta figure out what. Probably gonna do some Back for Blood late this week, at some point next week. That's Zambies, that counts. Because they've released 2 expansions since I've last played. And I know Rune wants some buddies to play with. Nova brought it up and wanted to play it as well, so... Some co-op Back for Blood on stream soon, hopefully. Nullify or Overflow? Let's go Nullify. Hi, Kevin. Big thank you. Things are finally starting to look up. Just being out has helped my mental health tremendously. I bet. So you're talking to Sen about level 6 curse width and commas. You want to explain the class? Yeah, I'll go over it again right after this boss. Give me one moment. I was out of curse width range there, but... Keep in mind, Celissa has a very heavy lightning resist, and we're still able to do that much. Feeling pretty good. I plan Back for Blood, the drop program mentioned have some special challenges to the game as well. Ooh. I never mean to go into that portal, but I always do it. Gotta send a ×2 hole. Unfortunate about ×2, and I don't really use throwable hole much these days, now that it actually hurts the player as well. But if you can find a use for it, then that's cool. Ascended drops are always good. This is maybe useful, but no. Chaos 65 unlocked. So skill tree, we go down to Executioner's Blade. We make some questionable choices on the Stabbomancer side that are all for very good reasons. For example, follow-up is kind of redundant when we have Cursed Wit to cover conditional. Nimble Fingers, the spell damage from this is no longer useful. So it'd just be fire rate, and we can get better bonuses elsewhere. Shadow Step is unnecessary because we already have 100% melee crit chance. We do not need more melee crit chance stuff. Even, especially one that would go to one swing of a regular attack. It's just not necessary. So that ends up putting us in a position where we take the standard 8 points, 5 potent poisons, 3 haste as usual. Then we take 3 exploit their weakness. And that gets us to this tier. But then we go all in on Swift Death to get the tier with Contagion and Elusive open. And then we take 1 point Sneak Attack. Because we're going to have a point left over at the end of this. But there's nowhere else where it's really beneficial. Because we have 1 Oath to trigger Awe. And that's enough. We don't need Firebolt because we don't need gun damage, and we no longer need that Fire Splat for Awe consistency. Blasphemous Favor is terrible. We don't care how much damage our Wyvern does, so Friend of Flame's not useful. Dedication is not going to be doing anything most of the time because we're spending a lot of time with our ward broken, and we want our ward to break so Radiance doesn't do anything. So basically means our final point after investing all the way down here to Executioner's Blade, maxing out 1,000 cuts, grabbing Alchemical Agent, our final point is going between either Rebuke, which is bad and minimally impactful, or Arsenal, which is minimally impactful and pretty bad. Follow-up, which is minimal. Nimble Fingers, which is minimal. Shadow Step, which is nothing. Or Sneak Attack, which is damage. And 3% crit damage on a setup where we're critting 100% of the time with our melee is not bad. And dots can also crit, so it's the play. It's the play. Over in the hero points, we max out crit damage. We max out status damage. We put 2 in intelligence for spell cooldown, and then the remainder go into dexterity for crit chance, because that totals out to a point where we have 83.3% melee crit chance. And then once we activate my spell enchant for another 30, and the crit chance half of Awe, which we're getting 3 points in Awe from armor. Once we have all of that active, I'm at exactly 100% melee crit chance. Meaning, Alchemical Agent consistency is very high. It doesn't have to jump through, the chance-based hoops. It's just every single hit, we're getting big dots. And because melee crit chance is so important, we're using a comma here. This is a purple. Now, there's a bunch of uniques you can use that are, comparable in value here. Pickaxe gets pretty close to comma ranges. If you look here, 19% crit chance, much like the comma, and 130% crit damage. While Pickaxe also has its own benefits from connecting with your swings and, picking up the gold and stuff. So Pickaxe could be really good here if you're being unlucky in terms of getting a comma. You could do Great Axe for more damage, but much lower chance. You could do a Goblin's Bane, which has lower chance and lower damage, but you have the first melee hit you do on enemies will be strong, provided you haven't hit them too much with other things. Snake Stick can work. It's got a decent enough chance, decent enough damage, and then you'll also have the Hydras, which themselves are melee, so you benefit from those as well. But comma is the play of choice for me. And then we've got a Thumb Cuffs with a double roll of melee crit chance and a roll of melee crit damage. The way I have my crit chance optimized right now, you only need 2 rolls from your rings combined across your rings. You need armor passive with ascended Stabbo power. Then you need this enchant. And then you need the rune switches. Then that's enough to get you to 100% crit chance, provided you have a 19% comma. Now you can get a 20% comma, then you need even less to get there. But it does not take that much crit chance on your gear to get there. In fact, this isn't one of those Triple roll melee crit chance ascended rings in both slots because my other slot doesn't give me melee crit chance at all. I'm using a Demon Blight in my other slot with duration passives. The status damage is going to help my alchemical agent damage, but the duration is also going to be very impactful because against bosses, you want it to last longer. You really want this to last against bosses.
Better, and I have Wonderlands now. T1 Ziesel mega hype. I love you, Quagsire.
Hey, love you too, buddy. Thank you so much for the 16 months, David. I'm glad to hear you're doing well, and I hope Wonderlands is treating you well. Thank you so much for the continued support. Always a pleasure. Other stuff we got going on, I'm using a Mosquito. Mosquito is no longer busted OP nonsense. It's actually pretty balanced, to the point where I struggled to find a real difference in like casual gameplay between this Mosquito and this Tyrant. They both just felt good. So yeah, Mosquito balanced now. And it's especially nice to have on builds that have a high crit chance that you're going to want cooldown for. Remember, Mosquito is the only armor that gives cooldown. Either spell or action skill cooldown, depending on what you roll, but it's very nice to have. And as I mentioned before, we're running a Skeep for some survivability because we don't have much ward buffer or direct healing. So this helps us have that direct healing and gets us out of Save Your Soul every once in a while. Empowering Sigil is blocking projectiles from ranged enemies and freezing enemies nearby, allowing us to get that huge melee multiplier for our hammer throws against them. Cursed Wit, we've got a low level one here because for whatever reason, enchants seem to be tied to character level rather than item level. That's the current working theory. This isn't actually lower. This is going to be the full value of this. So 5% max health and 30% damage dealt. But it is worth noting that even if they change this to work as advertised, where it's 1% max health and 6% damage dealt, that's still good. Like, I'm still using that in that slot. So there's no downside here. And yeah, weapons-wise, I have a Stab-O-Matic I occasionally shoot. I have a Queen's Cry for tasers for Executioner's Blade. A Twisted Delusion for applying Soaked to single targets. And then we have a Dark Magic Scalawag. Dark Magic specifically because we get a little bit of healing off of shooting with that. And that's the setup. So pretty gear flexible. You just need crit chance, and there's lots of different ways to get crit chance. You can even do an alternative tree spec where you go down to get awe here, either 5 or 6 awe total, depending on how many you have in your armor. 5 being the indomitable spec. You could go down to there, and that gives you a substantial amount of crit chance. It's just you would lose Exiblade, which you don't strictly need. It's just I figured because of how often I'm shooting anyway, Exiblade is nice to have. It's worth noting that all would also be more damage for the hammer itself, and I might respec and try both specs out as we go. Going with the Awe spec would also allow you to drop the dexterity investment and get better spell cooldown with more intelligence. Skeep over Barbaload for survival? Yes. Barbaload's good damage-wise, but for survivability, I'm going Skeep at the moment. You can make a solid case for Skeep, Slip and Stun, Barbaload, Theurge, all have solid use cases here. If you were to not do the Cursed Wit tech, then Harbinger also has a solid case. So, as I said, very gear flexible. Lots of amulet options that work out well here. In terms of identifying melee weapons that you could use for this build, you basically just want to look for things that have roughly about 13% crit chance or higher. Is where it starts being like, oh, hey, I could use that. So you don't want something like a Pan, which is 5, or Assault and Battery, which is 0. Now, Assault and Battery has the highest crit damage at 200%, but the crit chance is so low that you lose your alchemical agent consistency, and that's a no-go. So this is a comma here. This is the lowest roll for a comma crit chance. It's got 150% crit damage, so slight damage upgrade, but lower chances. I would need more crit chance investment to make this work well. Now this could probably work with the Ausspec, so I'm going to pick this up. And I'll science that later. Hey Foster, how are you? Hey mate, playing Blight Caller, Sabos, Miastic Mail worth farming, or Smart Armor more worth? Smart Armor would not be good for that at all. So, Miastic Mail would definitely be better. The thing with Smart Armor is it's just not a good armor. In the vast majority of scenarios, it's just not good. It gives you a very minimal bonus for a very awkward penalty. You can use it on laser hands or, you know, certain from the shadows things, and it will be beneficial, but it's worth noting that even in those cases where it is not harmful to you, it is less beneficial than, like, 4 other armors. It ain't good. Nice to go through bank and toss all them. Maybe I'll use this someday, volatiles. Yeah, I think I should do that. I'll probably do a quick comb through and take out the choice items and then just delete my bank. Wonderland's UI moment.
Come on, have some fun.
Yeah, nothing's popping up. I guess I'll restart. Or, you know, save quit. Smart armor is not a smart armor. There we go.
Enter if you dare. But
Okay,
seriously,
is that featured? I don't want to do featured. I'm doing Chaos Trials, Dragonlord. Come on. Don't do what I told you to do. Do what I wanted you to do in my head.
enter the...
So one of the reasons I'm very optimistic about this at high chaos levels is because we are freezing enemies. That is a huge damage multiplier. So that's an area where spell cooldown might become more and more important the higher you go, because you will rely more and more on that freeze multiplier for mobbing. And we can one hammer toss those badasses without Curse Wit. Note that I still have my wards up for everything you're seeing right now. So this isn't reliant on Curse Wit, it's just additional tech we can use. The hammer. Crit Connoisseur, hell yeah. This will be a chill one. Reach 100 with any characters yet? No, but I honestly haven't attempted. I've just been taking my time. I'm in no rush. I have 3 characters in the 60s now. If I had put all that time towards one character, yeah, I could have one at 100, but I'm just kind of bumping a bunch up into the 60s. This one, I'll probably take into, realistically, the 80s today. But I'm in no rush. C64 is the... So, C60 is where you're at about old Chaos 50 for health. C64 is where you no longer see chaotic gear. And then the next milestone would be whenever you stop seeing volatile gear. Which, I don't remember offhand which one that is. I just have stuff to do, can't say, have a good one. Thanks for stopping in, Sora. T69 is where you stop for the memes. We're gonna need some nice spam once we get there, once we unlock that.
Works on you.
75-ish. I'm at 74 with 2.52 still. Yeah, so probably like 76 or 7 Wrathful Gnat, if not 75 itself. One of those. Yeah, good shot. So that would be the next significant milestone. Based on the rates that I've eyeballed so far, optimal farming of ascended gear, if you're trying to gear up and not necessarily challenge yourself as much, it's probably going to be around 80. Because at that point, you're still hovering at, like, what, 30-something, 40-something% chance of ascended items? But you will only ever see ascended in Primordial. And enemy health hasn't gone up to where it peaks by that point. So probably around 80. Feel bad for Wastard. He keeps getting nerfed because people couldn't circle strafe. And it's one of those things that there's people still complaining about Wastard, and that's because it's a mechanics thing. It's not something you can tune down the numbers for, because the boss isn't a sponge, the boss doesn't do too much damage, the boss isn't unfair, the boss demands that you learn some very basic skills. So yes, 4 nerfs in, and there's some people still saying bad game design, nerf him, but that's how you identify someone who can't take responsibility for their own success in video games. It's literally that simple. And for anyone not in the know, I'm not having this elitist take of just get good. No, it's not as simple as just get good. It's like use the tools in the game that completely counter the boss.
Good morning, humans.
Morning, Milk Lizard. Good to see you. Thank you for the 3 months. Hope you're having a good one. Like, I'm using a Sigil spell right now. Wastard cannot hit you with his skull attack if you have a Sigil on. Like, it just hits the barrier, and he can't hurt you. So that just leaves his Nova attack, which, if you're not good at watching for, okay, you can build up enough healing that you could just heal between those. If you are good at watching for it, you just line of sight, and he can't hit you with it. Like, it's as simple as choose one item to eliminate half of his mechanics. And then he becomes free. Fix on the bird was nice, though. I don't think it was necessary, because they've nerfed Wastard in 4 different ways at this point. Global enemy damage nerf. They've lowered the damage of his attacks 2 separate times on top of that. And, I guess 5 times for Wastard. Because they've also changed his AI so he can't spam the birds. And they made the birds regen less. So yeah, Wastard's been nerfed a lot. A lot. I'll be getting Ascended Gear is worse than my Primordial, thanks, part variance. Here's hoping in the next game part variance is a bit more tame. I doubt that. I doubt it too, but I'm still gonna keep bringing it up as a problem because it is a problem. I want to see a mod for unnerfed C100 Bastard. Yeah, I'd like that too. Oh, Parasite. We're gonna bully the shit out of Parasite. This is gonna be great. One throw. Good spells for Polymorph. Blazing Calamities are great for Polymorph. Wicked Gossip is also pretty good. Love Struck Bow. Trickster Ice Spikes. I've wanted to try Curse of Malice with Polymorph, but I've never actually done that. It seems like it would be good on paper, at least. I blame 94 Sham Obsession for this part variance. I don't. I don't, because as annoying as it is to see people jerk off that farm and not acknowledge that it's just gotten way worse for every item after that, as annoying as that is, I don't think it's their fault. Because remember, one of the taglines for BL3 was over 1 billion guns or whatever. That's only possible with part variants. What do we got here? I'm also keeping an eye out for Great Axes. Not necessarily for this build, but Great Axes are just great. It's a 12% greatsword. Nice. I wonder if for Dreadwind, crit chance stacking is going to be the way as well. Because using a 12% greatsword would get you in a pretty good position for just stacking crit chance at that point. To try to get consistent alchemical agent. The Dreadwind hits 4 times a second. So 4 alchemical agents per enemy per second. Okay, Bunny Feed's the best. It's so nice. Yes, Fire Breathing Skeep is definitely funny, Milk Lizard. Hey Dex, how you doing today?
Think you can make it?
Oh yeah, let's look at this. So Chaos 66 22% ascended. Yeah, 66 is where ascended becomes higher than volatile. So that's what makes that one notable. Okay, how are you today? Doing well. Excited to hammer throw my way through the chaos levels. This build's feeling really fun. I know it's just not a 94 sham though. People were parts obsessed in BL2 all over the place. They're matching grips and whatnot. Yeah, but it was a part variance of you know, you cared about 3 slots per item, and there were like not that many combinations. The part variance was lower. It was way lower. Also noteworthy that in that game there was not that much to do other than part farm like that. Considering how many of the people just never touched endgame, like that was their gameplay. That was their content. I was having a very actually enjoyable discussion in official server the other day. I know that's a sentence you don't hear often, but we were talking about the roles of rarities throughout the game, and how one of the likely reasons why people never latched onto seraphs as a concept, which are still underrated to this day, seraph items from BL2. The reason why people never latched onto those, but they did latch onto pearls, which are just functionally bad world drop legendaries, is because seraphs are attached to endgame, which was one of their strengths, but a lot of people just didn't do the endgame in that game. Or couldn't do the endgame in that game, so they never used those items, so they never got to see how cool that implementation is. So if people replace their, you know, playable content with getting a matching grip, then they don't inherently see the problem with part variance taken up to a crazy scale. I think they kind of want to push that to 11 because it's so popular. Yeah, yeah. Tuned in just in time for C68, C69, C66, and C69. Yeah. We'll get some nice going on C69. Read-only farming Pimpernels or Orphan Makers, yeah. Something I'm curious about with this build as well is, I wonder if there's a point at which for certain bosses, Diamond Guard Sword becomes optimal for giving me the ability to element match. Like, I wonder if for Barkenstein, the weapon of choice is a Diamond Guard, and then we just bonk him until we get fire. Now, because we have so much melee investment, we definitely don't need to do that, because we can just shoot the weak spot and it'll get our melee formula while we're already throwing our hammer and stuff. But it just sounds fun to do. Morning, Archimedes. Hope you're well. Good to see you. Hey Don, how are you? Had to change gear at all so far, just trying to see how far a comfortable C50 build will take you. I've introduced some new tech to this build that I wasn't doing on the Hammer Throw setup at old C50. Yeah, but we kind of had to because of the Spellblade change. We had to, like, reallocate where our power is coming from. So this build has changed. Hey, John Boy, how you doing? Wizarded Cascal in this game is better than Mayhem. Remember, when we went to M11, make things right, they buffed the guns globally, so early game is dumb trivial. Yeah, this system is just the most well-conceptualized endgame scaling that they've done in, like, a fully realized endgame. It's just a better system. Like, the top gear isn't tied to the top difficulty, and the scaling of the endgame isn't affecting the difficulty of a playthrough. It's just good. Good, thanks. You doing very well. My stomach was a little angry with me this morning, but I got that sorted out by the time I sat down and turned off the starting soon screen. It's a bit of a dreary day today, but I'm not going outside, so it's fine. Plonk until we get fire sounds dirty. Actually, not good. Powering through, thanks for asking. Oh, I'm sorry to hear. Well, I'm here to provide hammer-shaped distractions. The C69 run, do you bully Bark? I think that'd be appropriate. I don't remember if Bark is in that run, though. We do have the command updated for Chaos Trials, thanks to Felicia's hard work. So if you want to see what every trial is up through 100, ! Chaos Trials. Includes the Obelisk and the End Boss. This is dot build, other shenanigans. This is a melee build. Now, generally, the best way to min-max melee in this... Wow, we have 2 Alchemical Agent right now. The best way to get value out of melee is to also lean into Alchemical Agent. So, the reason why you're seeing dots work so consistently here is because we've given ourselves, with all buffs active, a 100% melee crit chance, meaning every melee hit we do is triggering Alchemical Agent. So it's a melee build. Felicia the Goat, damn right. Chat mom always taking care of the homies. Real. Thanks, Skeep. I was gonna type Quag Cozy, thought it was Quag Comfy, edited Quag Cum, think just gonna autocomplete. Just gonna get a good bonk for that. Nice. '69's Wastard. That does feel appropriate, Archimedes. Hit me. I wonder how well Echo would do on this setup, considering how much dot stuff I have going on. That could be fun. Currently using Warrior, but it's worth a thought. Somehow I remember Quag making a fanfic about Wastard and Banshee being a thing. Tried Caustic for the dot buffing. I haven't tried it, but I did have a lengthy discussion about it with Sen. For damage, it's a toss-up between Caustic and Warrior here. Reason being, both some damage and non-damage related reasons. The status chance from Caustic is completely wasted here. It's not useful. Whereas Warrior's secondary attribute of the damage reduction is useful. Caustic only stacks in one hit, which means you get it faster, but Warrior stacks up to a higher point than Caustic, and you have lots of reasons to be hitting that many times, for example, the Consec enchantment. So even if you average out Warrior stacks at between 3 and 4, instead of the max of 5, Warrior still has a slight practical edge. Warrior will also still help even if you happen to hit a non-crit for whatever reason. So I prefer Warrior. But Caustic is also relevant, if you wanted to use that instead. Echo is one I haven't tried, but I want to. I was a bit anxious when using Sigils and Banshee's Arena because of the spicy water. Never know if it hurts or not. I want it to hurt me a little bit in this build because I want to break my shield. And if it also gets me below 50% HP, that's more damage as well. Since Alchemical is off melee hit, Warrior also wins there. Caustic boosts Alchemical as well, so like they both boost Alchemical. It's just Warrior also boosts the other stuff. And it depends on how much status damage you have versus how much melee damage you have. Like, while holding the Scalawag, I have 25% here. Let's say my Roid is on, so 45%. Then I have 26.3 is 33%. Fucking like 32%. So let's say 33% there, and then 20% there, so 53%, 75% melee. And then I have Myth rank, which is 20%. So I only have 95% melee damage in this setup, but in terms of my status damage, I have with Demon Blade on, again, I would have, let's call it 39%. 39%, and then I have 20% here, so 59%, and then I have 60% here, so I have over 100%. I have more status damage than melee damage. So Warrior is relevant because Warrior is just melee damage. So it helps me keep those even. If you had less status damage than I do, then Caustic would be more advantageous than Warrior. In large part, because I'm running one Demon Blight, Warrior ends up working out better than Caustic. Reason for 25% Scalawag over 40% Rapscallion. Rapscallion does not have crossbolts, Lacosius. And crossbolts are a fresh multiplier for melee. So I lose 10% of a pool I already have populated, but I gain 75% fresh mult if I have fully stacked crossbolts. $170 Great Axe, nice. 9% 170. Hitting 100% crit chance with that would be hard, but like that'd be real good damage. Ascended Ragnarok. Twin Soul has the stat profile we want here for the most part. Like, it's even got good swing speed. Element flexible, all that. The crit chance can go up to 18. I think the range is 15 to 18 for Twin Soul. The crit damage, though, doesn't go very high. It's much higher than, say, a Rage Handle, which is only 100%, aka nothing. And you can get 2 hilt mods on Twin Soul. So, like, a Warrior Caustic Twin Soul, or Caustic Echo, Warrior Echo, you know, some combination of Echo, Warrior, Caustic could work out here. If you get an 18% Twin Soul, and then have enough crit chance to get that to 100. Food for thought. Like I said, gear flexibility is very high here. I just prefer the ones with higher crit damage. If you're willing to be very cheeky and accept that your damage would be inconsistent, you could even go for Assault and Battery, which has 0% base crit, but that 200% crit damage mult. It's just your expected damage would go way down because it'd no longer be consistent. I love that in speedrunners chats. Why are you doing this? It's faster. Yeah, I like that as well.
Go on, Fiendmaker.
Let's go wreak some havoc.
Rampage, though? Yeah, Rampage not very desirable here.
Just for a second. I'll be back up sooner than you can say C100. Riddance. A plus backline. No touching.
I'd like to see some of the lower performing legendaries get some adjustment. I would like that as well. Especially considering they've got much harder content to deal with now. So things that are just terrible, such as the Sorcerang, really stick out. And you'd think people who care so much about dedicated farming would bring up that some of the dedicated only items are absolute trash, but they don't. Because that would require playing the game. Low density on this one.
Fingers of death.
You're over here, that's why.
Our way to alive around here. I hope the void is extra hot today. Steph is so proud of me.
Pin cushions into rectifier. I still haven't done proper science with Pincushion with some of the post-launch crossbolt stuff decks. Because if I remember correctly, Lovestruck Bow crossbolts have their own cap, like separate from the other ones. And I don't know if anyone's gone over Mosquito crossbolts with Pincushion to see if there's anything there. So like, it's possible if you can get like, through using separate crossbolt caps, if you can get like 75 crossbolts on a target, maybe Pincushion's explosion does enough damage. Maybe. But it's something I haven't tried yet.
Save some kills for me, beauty. Finally, a sigh of relief. Flowing thunder.
Finally beat Outer Worlds. Let's go, B. How'd you end up liking it? Spell using? I'm using a cryo-empowering sigil, Zeke. Looks like this. Mine happens to have a cooldown roll and 2 radius rolls. The reason why these are good, well, one of the many reasons why these are good. The cryo ones, all of them have very high status damage as a like hidden thing. That translates to cryo efficiency for this one. So it's very good at freezing things. Like it instantly freezes things. And melee does more damage to frozen targets. So we've got that going on, but also it's very spammable. And the barrier offered by the sigil protects us from ranged enemies, which is very useful. It's quite enjoyable. I'm glad you liked it. I'm a big fan of that game as well. Excited for the sequel. I hope they take their time. And I think they are, based on how Obsidian has openly talked about how their only real regret with Outer Worlds is that, you know, they didn't have more money to pour into it. And with Outer Worlds 2, the first teaser was like basically them just saying the game exists, like in a very joking manner. They're like, yeah, no, like we don't have anything to show, but the game exists and we're making it. Dog must have spooked a skunk last night. Thankfully, he didn't directly get sprayed, and I have to deal with the cleanup of getting all the smells out of my clothes and sheets. Oh no. Sorry, Snowswan. That sounds hell. Vault build will work well. Using Buffmeister currently. I wanted a bit more boost. Outer Worlds amazing. Another Outer Worlds fan. So the thing is, with Buffmeister, it does a lot of different things, but one thing it doesn't do is freeze enemies. And frozen enemies don't attack you. It also doesn't have the protective barrier. So I'd say if you're looking to get more defensively bulky, the Empowering Sigil is going to work out better. Buffmeister is going to provide more damage in a general sense, but it's also got less uptime. And despite being as versatile as it is a little more one track. It'll make things super dead, but stuff like the freezing that I've been doing off the table. Volt Viper build. Is that Moxie's Livewire thing? I only vaguely know the term. Yep. Berserker, Stabbo, dots, dots, dots. Okay, yeah, so that's just Alchemical Agent doing Alchemical Agent things. Which I'm doing here as well. But yeah, Frost Shiver melee is just good. And Livewire is good. Despite it not triggering Alchemical Agent anymore because it's no longer melee, it's not gun anymore, so it doesn't trigger follow-up. Livewire is still good. They've done a very good job with, that's some screaming, with how they've balanced down a couple notable gear pieces that have overperformed. They've been very reasonable about how they've done so. Livewire and Mosquito are what I'm referring to here. They both got reworked into something that's balanced, but still very impactful. When each of them were formerly in a state of, like, why does this exist?
This'll keep me going. Flag tight. Try that again. Void shield.
Probably gonna play Metro Exodus next. Who was it recently that recommended I should play Metro? It was either Dame or D2H who's telling me to play Metro. I don't remember which one, but I tend to have similar tastes in games to them, so it's on the list. Stab-O-Matic also surprisingly not cursed. Yeah, Stab-O-Matic has kind of entered a space where it's just balanced now. Like, you have to work hard to get value out of it, but that's fine. I think it's very safe to say now that Stab-O-Matic is better balanced than Face Puncher ever was. With the Spellblade fix, it's, downright reasonable.
You're welcome.
Dame played it not too long ago. Looked like a good time. Sounds about right. You're downright reasonable sometimes. No memory getting a sub. There's some very generous people in the community. Sometimes just, you know, do the thing. Your notifications tell you who gave it to you. Our Vorkanar is fun on this, because his fire gives us the perfect opportunity to just turn on our own buffs. That's a lightning dot versus armor, by the way. Or lightning damage versus armor, leaving a dot, I should say. Because alchemical doesn't... Oh. Hey, Stone Swan, how you doing? Hey, Pupty, hope you're well. I heard people talking about Miastic Veil much. Is there any reason I shouldn't be hard farming that for my dot heavy Frost Shiver? It's not a bad armor at all. The two strikes against it are It comes from Imelda, which, not a good time. And some builds, specifically avoid doing DLC 2 at all so that Imelda isn't in their boss pool. But the other thing is, it's just status, chance, and damage, neither of which are unique. Now, that's very helpful to builds that focus on status, but keep in mind that even for those, there's other effects that you might want. Like, Miastic Mail giving an amulet's worth of status damage at best is not going to compete with the damage impact of a mosquito or of a selective amnesia. It's just not. It's not going to do that. It's good, but it's kind of... I put Miastic Mail in the same general area as, like, Amalgam, where it's good. It can be very good, even. It's not something to ignore, but there's better options. I prefer Miastic when I grab Spirit Swarm. Miastic is a great, consistent way to boost Spirit Swarm, because Spirit Swarm cares about that dot damage more than anything else. You could always be super cheeky and do Amnesia with Swarm, but that presents an element of risk, because you're not generally very tanky on most Swarm setups. So Amnesia could just kill you. But yeah, Miastic Mail would be great for Swarm, notably because Mosquito wouldn't, because Swarm can't crit. So that's definitely a use case for Miastic Mail. Some days I have to check for theft on my emotes every time I find people and every time I microdose panic attacks before sending them a warning. I know that exact emotion of like, fuck. I feel you. I'm sorry you have to go through that. I will personally, emotionally punch them in the soul dick. So, like, no actual violence, but, yeah, I hope they have a very rough day and realize the impact of their actions one day. I wonder how much you can get out of Pincushion now. It could be interesting to do a Body Rocker plus Mosquitoes, Barbalode FTS, though at that point you probably won't get much relative value from Pincushion. Yeah, you hit the issue on the head there, Snowspawn. At that point, you include all those things, and it's like, well, Mosquito, is going to kill everything if the Body Rocker doesn't, before Pincushion has a chance to do the thing. I suppose you could, if you really wanted Pincushion to show off, low-level gear, like low-level guns, just for applying crossbolts. I just have to force myself to do it. Horrid feeling. Glad it's understood, for sure. Already have 56% status amulet. Thought Miastic would be nice as well. Keep in mind, more of the same stat is only better to a point. There's exceptions to this. For example, if you're a spell shot, you don't really have a reason to ever stop stacking spell damage, because you have magic bullets converting into another stat, and then you could always slap in Paradigm to convert it into 2 other stats. You don't have a reason to stop stacking spell damage on a spell shot. But for other things, and similarly, you don't have a reason to stop stacking status damage for Spirit Swarm. But for other things, you need to balance different categories, because for the same reason you hear people talk about damage formula so much. So if you had 4 categories of damage boosts, and you had 1 in 3 of them, and 8 in another, you went all in on 1, you had 1 times 1 times 1 times 8. That's 8. But if you had those same 4 categories, and you instead got, 2 in each of them, so 2 times 2 times 2 times 2, well, that is a different result. That is double the damage. So diversifying your boosts is important. And at a certain point, for a lot of builds, Miastic Mail enters that space where it's not providing something unique. It's good, but not as good as other options. Particularly if you're doing melee Frost Shiver. Amnesia's like right there. You can just use that for way more damage, because you don't really have a lot of global damage in that spec, because Berserker has none in tree at all. And then for Stabomancer, you're only getting it from Swift Death and Thousand Cuts. And even if you max both of these, that's not the biggest number. So the rest is coming from your enchantments. And Amnesia just gives you more than those things combined. So bigger value of a thing you have less of in that case. So it's not that Miastic Veil is bad or anything. It's quite good, and it absolutely has its use cases. It's just less frequently optimal than other things. And comes from a piece of content nobody really wants to do. Not looking forward to going back to work tomorrow. Hey, the sooner you get through it, the sooner you get back to you time.
Choose, Fate Maker.
So we got an even 25% ascended chance at 68.
Enter if you dare. But seriously, you.
Crunch ya! Let's go wreak some havoc. Good riddance. A plus riddance, actually. This part club.
Ha! You fell for it.
Did Big think this mosquito inherit element? Yes. Yes, it does. And Craft Knight. Only at C75. Finally have no volatile stuff dropping. Nice. I am taking my time progressing. I've gotten 3 builds into the 60s now. I plan on getting this one into the 80s today. Hit me. Hit me. Hit me. Thank you. Solved my Rubik's Cube 10 times. Congrats, I've never solved a Rubik's Cube in my life.
More than you deserve. Try that again, and we'll.
It's RX. Almost got my main to 100, currently 95. Nice. What happened to hype for this game? Feel like died before it got a chance? It didn't. You've been hanging around in some echo chambers. Raging Demon Virgil.
Finally, a sigh of relief.
Still a very active community that enjoys this game. Gotta be here then. I need hype. Yeah, a lot of people who don't like this game have decided that they represent everyone in saying that nobody likes this game. But that's just not the case at all. It is a very loud corner of people who cannot handle the concept that their interests do not match everyone else's interests. And generally, the people who enjoy this game have less to say because we're just kind of busy enjoying the game.
It set someone on fire day.
So yeah, happy to have you here. Using Rage Handle, maybe a Paradigm, Select My Amnesia? No, I'm using a comma and a Mosquito. Mosquito is now balanced. It's not crazy OP anymore. But I'm using a comma. No complaints about this game, no interest in it either, and there's nothing wrong with that. This game ultimately does what I care most about with this genre of game, and that's gives me ways to build craft. I'm a build crafter first and foremost, and this game does that very, very well. With Chaos 100, they drastically improved several areas of the game. Like providing optional difficulty for people who want to push builds farther. Also making farming easier in general by phasing out lower chaos tiers on higher chaos levels, which is very good. And the introduction of extra chaos levels also means loot luck goes up, which means drop rates go up across the board in every area of the game once you're in high chaos levels. It's also faster to get to high chaos levels than it was before. It's 10 runs to get to 50. Literally faster than it was to get to 20 on the game's launch. The game's just better now. Good update. It's late to the party, I've only been playing for a month, but I'm loving it. I'm glad you're enjoying. Kinda crazy. What's up, Holland Lord? How you doing? I don't know why this comma feels so good. Like, it's satisfying. Just, the purple melee weapons, the non-unique melee weapons, I should say, they did a really good job of giving different melee weapons different feels. And I think that's not just, like, the looks of them and the sound design, which really does help, but, the different distributions between damage, attack speed, crit chance, crit damage, they all kind of fill different roles when you're doing different kinds of melee builds. It's very comfy. How's it going? It's going pretty good. Pretty good. Enjoying the hammer throwing. This is one of the builds that I was actually worried about with between the increase to C100 levels of HP and the fix to the Spellblade. So now the Spellblade doesn't apply to the hammer. Between those two things, I was actually very pessimistic about this build surviving, but a bunch of people put our heads together, and we worked through it, and it came out stronger than it was. So, I'm all smiles about that. And I wish enemy damage went up a little bit more. So, like, in theory, I do too, because now with high chaos, we're at a point where enemy HP has gone way up, but enemy damage hasn't. So it kind of steers everyone back towards sacrificing survivability for damage. And I really liked the long-standing meta of tank hybrids being the most efficient way of playing. It's something you can still do, but you'll miss out on the harder content with some builds. Kind of unfortunate. Like this build, I was slowly making it more tanky before. Now I need to make it glassier to make up for some of the changes. It still plays well, but I do miss tank builds being the play. Now they're just a play. Such a nice feeling you phase out the chaotic and volatile gear. Yeah, great change. Great change. It really creates that sense of anything you find could be useful. Couldn't putting heads together and sharing info be called touching tips? I mean, it could be, sure. Was that C67 or 8? That was 8. That was C68 we just did. Purple items being good too is something that keeps me invested. I agree. I agree. It's not a, like, uniform, all legendaries are better than all non-legendaries, or vice versa. It's truly a case-by-case basis. You tend to have more flexibility in terms of things like, you know, the distribution between crit chance, crit damage, all that. And you tend to have a bit more wiggle room by using non-uniques than you do by using uniques, and that helps out builds like this. Because there's close equivalents to this in the uniques even. Like, you could use a snake stick and you get similar crit damage, a bit lower in the crit chance, but you're close-ish. You could use a pickaxe and you're very close to comma values. But it provides use cases to more things. It's a good greatsword. I'm keeping an eye out. I don't remember offhand what the highest damage value for a 12% crit chance greatsword is. I need to dig into that. So many people come to Discord, ask for what's best, and we generally have to ask for what? That's quality game balance. Yeah. Continuing the momentum from BL3, where best is not something that you can really identify without getting real specific. I think that's means you have a healthy build crafting environment, healthy sandbox. Yeah, that's a 1.9 pickaxe with 18% crit. I'm definitely picking that up. That's a really good pickaxe for this. And if I'm gonna do pickaxe stuffs, I think I'm gonna want that. No element, but oh well, I can deal. You have a moment of silence with liquid cooling? Why? It's still good. Liquid cooling with things available in the game now and game knowledge we have now is stronger than it was before it was changed. Like, at no point has liquid cooling not been a good weapon in this game. Give some examples. At the time, we did not have soaked. Soaked was not a thing. Soaked applies to liquid cooling. At the time, mosquito was not a thing. Mosquito is something that heavily promotes playstyles revolving around critting. Liquid cooling is a gun that heavily promotes critting. You could combine that together. Like, there's lots of things you can do with a liquid cooling that other weapons would struggle to do. and it's still got a very favorable element, and it's got good overall DPS because provided you're hitting those crits, you never have to stop until your bullets are gone, which is not something you can say of most other guns. So liquid cooling still very high DPS, has a bunch of use cases, and is still a very good gun. People see nerf and they think something's not usable anymore, but that's not what it means at all. Most nerfs in this game, almost all, have been to the tune of making the item less blatantly ridiculous, but still absolutely desirable. Like Mosquito Mantle, another item that was nerfed that went from bonkers batshit insane to like, oh, this is good and fun to use. Livewire went from bonkers batshit insane to even more bonkers batshit insane, and then down to reasonable. They've only gutted one item in this game, and that's the Sawmill. And that's due to a community misunderstanding on what was making the item good.
Girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Hey, ow.
11 months Quag shy.
Thank you for the 11 months in the Prime, Al. I appreciate it. It's always good to have you around. The Sawmill thing is because a lot of people were like, it's so hard to sustain the ammo. So Gearbox, because they listen to people's feedback, they're like, oh, we'll make it easier to sustain the ammo. But if we're going to do that, we're going to have to shave some damage off, which is a logical thing to do in a vacuum. But what that resulted in is the Sawmill just is easier to sustain, but now just isn't worth doing because you can just apply anything you were doing to better sniper rifles. And that is the only case I can think of a nerf actually severely harming an item in this game. Hey, Brit. Does Wheel of Fate give all weapons or specifics seem to get the same items a lot? It can give anything. It's weighted towards DLC items, but to my knowledge, it can give anything. Anything that is capable of coming from your world drop pool, or the DLCs, I should say. It won't spit out dedicated only items like the Sword Orang. Or the Borea's Breath, but it'll spit out any world drops and any DLC items from DLCs you've completed. The appropriate forms of. Thank you, friend. You're welcome. It's an 18 combo with 150 crit. My inventory is slowly becoming more just assorted melee weapons that might be useful for different builds. Not a bad problem to have. And it's very nice having gear you pick up while progressing still be relevant later. Failed this game, I need help. Well, this community here, we pride ourselves on being helpful to people who just want to know how things work in the game. And I'm a build crafter and I have fun with that stuff, so you came to the right place. Oh wait, hang on. Alright, it's time. It's time. It's time.
Are you prepared? We'll see.
Nice.
I'll get the dead sigh. He's mine like a dairy mama. Electricity in the air.
Man, Storm Dragon's Judgment is so satisfying. When you get one of those throws that you're not entirely sure you should have hit, but it hit anyway. It's a great feeling.
It set someone on fire.
And hitting enemies on the way there and then on the way back.
Don't look so shocked.
So stay back could be really dangerous here. It could also be hilarious. We're doing it.
That for you.
So I'm gonna be just constantly taking lots of damage now. But I'll always have my Cursed Wit damage on, as long as I'm close enough to things now. This could prove to kill me, but it'll be fun. Ouch. Pain. Skeep, save me. I've made a horrible mistake. Just a little stab-o-matic. You know, nothing to worry about. Hey Pericles, how you doing? Finished cataloging all the dungeon room names to pictures. Game's so freaking gorgeous. Ooh, that's a very useful catalog to have.
This for a second. Way too alive around here. Oh, that hurt.
Is Claw Stalker best common for hammer builds? Yes, because of Alchemical Agent. Gotta find a place to store them. Might get on that today. Yeah, that would be very helpful for community resource stuff. Oops. Yeah, I gotta stay away from the enemies when my my hammer cooldown isn't available. I suppose that's a good time to just taser.
One more for the soul fire. Death everywhere. Can't I just not wait? Magic, death, go!
Yeah, stay back is threatening. It's a double-edged sword. I think what I would really want, if we were talking like beneficial modifiers here, of course there's Crit Connoisseur. Rend and Rupture would be good because of the health boosters. Or is that that's Roguelite that gives health boosters? Probably Roguelite would be good then. Rend and Rupture is Does that give health boosters too? I can't remember offhand. I think I'm confusing it with Slayer. They might be exactly the same, but I don't recall. Magma Breach would let me turn on my Curse Wit at will. I would just have to stand still for a moment. That'd be nice. Of course, there's good old Healing Vengeance. A lot of the curses are very beneficial for this, which is nice. I definitely got to figure out Diamond Guard-centric gear for this, because dealing with things like Elemental Overflow, and maybe even sufficiently high level, Salissa and Phase 2 Drill, Diamond Guard would be very nice to have. Even losing the crit consistency for getting a better Elemental matchup.
Scared of me yet?
Miss Run 69? No, we're on it right now, Urban Mech.
Welcome.
We're on it right now. Oh, I can read Rend and Rupture. Okay. Good timing. Explode into health potions. Okay, yeah, I was right. Yeah, Rend and Rupture are very beneficial here. Cool, 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 cool.
Throwing thunder.
Another situation where empowering Sigil is very useful. These ranged enemies can't hurt me while I have this. Sent out 6 messages. Oof. Gonna go exercise now. You did a good job. Again, I'm sorry I had to go through it. Fucking shitty situation. And we got our boy Wastard, the most nerfed boss in a long time. I can't think of a boss that's been nerfed as much as Wastard has, now that I mention it. Chat, what's the most nerfed boss in other lands games? And, like, how many times have they been nerfed? Goodbye, Wastard. Goodbye. Didn't Terra get a heavy-handed nerf at one point? I don't recall, that's why I'm asking. Also, how many times as well? Because Wastard's gotten nerfed 4 to 5 different ways that I can think of. His damage has gone down 3 times, his healing was nerfed once, and his AI was nerfed. So, 5 times. Say Grave is the most buffed. They buffed Grave a lot. Yeah, that's true. They gave him dot resistance, then they gave him an HP increase, then I think they gave him a damage increase. They definitely changed Grave Ward a bunch of times, yeah. Hey, Big Bog, how are you? $2K rolls, they're so good. Way back before I paid attention to patch notes. Yeah, when BL2 launched, I played for like a couple weeks, did all the content that was available then, and then I put the game down for years. It was only years later that I went back and did all the DLC and stuff. So I wasn't there for the update cycle. Petty Tantrum has really bad crit damage. I'd actually like to see that buffed, because this item isn't very good. Hey, Sundead Greed Warden. That's fun. And a quick build overview? Absolutely. Give me 1 second. Let me go through this loot first. Gotta check for the good melee weapons, you know? Looking for high crit great swords. Looking for good comma rolls, good great axe rolls. I would accept a really good hatchet as well. I should maybe carry a salt and battery for this. Didn't have internet at that time, also didn't know about the cheat stuff either. Playthrough not done, game complete. Yep, C69, we've peaked. So, skill tree wise here, we're building around Storm Dragon's Judgment. So we take the things in Clawbringer tree that directly help it up to a point. Oath of Thunder is a bonus element for all melee damage. Very good, we max that out. We take 1 Oath of Fire. This is so that we have the bonus element able to trigger Awe. Now, it did not used to work that way, but they changed some patches ago. Awe now triggers off of any bonus element of the relevant elements as well. So it's very easy to just keep this up permanently. 1 point here, and even 1 point there, and then you just have it up forever. We take Rebuke for a little bit of tank, and it's another thing that keeps Awe up active as well, and to get down the tree. Dragon Aura is elemental damage, which is very useful in general, so we take that. That gets us down to here, where we take Storm Breath for a pretty nice Wyvern attack, and also for some significant damage reduction. Then we go into the Sabomancer tree. Every Sabomancer build should be taking these 8 points, and then these 3 points. 3 haste, 5 potent poisons, 3 exploit their weakness. So those 11 points, every Sabo build that exists should logically have those. There's no reason to ever just not do that. But then from there, it deviates from the norm a little bit. We have max Swift Death. Now, Swift Death is not a very good skill. It's not as bad as we once thought it was, but it's still not a very good skill. You don't get much damage out of this. This is no Violent Momentum. If you played Zane in BL3, that skill is insane and scales up very quickly. Swift Death does not do that. But it is more beneficial than any of these other 4 things we have here, because the gearing for this build sets it up to have guaranteed melee crits. We don't need Shadow Step for extra melee crit chance, or for guaranteed melee crits for our swings. We don't need that. Nimble Fingers is fire rate and spell damage. Spell damage does nothing for this build, and fire rate is minimal for this build, so we skip that. Follow-up is a nice boost in the conditional category to 1 melee attack after we've been shooting for a bit, and we could stack this up pretty nicely. But the thing is, Cursed Wit is giving us up to 100% conditional damage already, and I would rather take things that boost more consistently and boost more areas of my kit. So I go Follow-Up. Not Follow-Up. I go Swift Death instead. And Arsenal is just kind of a bad skill. 3% per point is terrible. The only redeeming factor of this is that if you are going for something that is not assisted by any of this other stuff, sure, you can sink points there. If you're doing Warp Paradigm stuff where you benefit from both the melee and the spell, for example, then sure, you can take that. But Arsenal's a bad skill. But that gets us down to this tier, where Contagion, one of the best skills in the game, and a direct complement to Alchemical Agent, so we're taking that. We take Elusive because it allows us to multitask, and it's also another good defensive option for even only 1 point. And we actually do have 1 point in Sneak Attack here. Because there's a leftover point at the end, like after we've invested all the way down to Executioner's Blade, we do end up with 1 point in Sneak Attack, which is a low value skill, but because we have 100% crit chance, it is the most valuable remaining thing once we get there, but I'll go back to that in a moment. Alchemical Agent is the most impactful melee-related skill in the game. It is extremely powerful, and because we have 100% crit chance with all our buffs up, every single melee hit we do is going to leave an Alchemical Agent dot, and that's a lot of damage. Remember, Contagion can also spread alchemical, so just like good stuff. Then we take 1,000 Cuts, partially to get down to Executioner's Blade, but also we end up maxing it out because we do have leftover points at the end, and we're always critting, so we're always keeping this fully stacked. And you might notice that that doesn't add up to our 44 points. Just getting to Executioner's Blade. The last 2 points are over here.
She's just a girl and she's on fire.
Hey, loading screen. Thanks for taking care of Black Panther. I appreciate it. I'm sorry you're getting an ad in the middle of the breakdown. Black Panther. Let me know what the last thing you heard is, and I can go back to it. If you can hear me now. But we don't take Firebolt because we no longer need it to keep awe up, and the gun damage doesn't help us. Friend of Flame is Wyvern damage, which you ultimately don't care about here. Blasphemous Favor is a bad skill. Dedication is rarely active because we're using a Cursed Wit, and Radiance would just delay our Cursed Wit being broken, so we don't want that either. So the last couple points are between Sneak Attack and Rebuke. So we opt for Sneak Attack instead of maxing Rebuke. You the Quag from Discord? That's me. Hello. Thought it wasn't too long? Okay. Hero points wise, max crit damage, because we're always critting. Max status damage for Alchemical Agent damage. And then I have 2 points in Intelligence here, because that leaves me exactly enough to put in Dexterity, so that with my current gear, if I was to activate my Spell Enchant and activate my 3 points in Awe, that puts me at exactly 100% melee crit chance. And Storm Dragon's Judgment, depending on how you angle it, can hit each enemy up to 3 times. So that's 3 hits, all of which crit, all of which leave Alchemical Agent dots, and that's a lot of damage. Over in the gear side, we're using a comma. The reason why we use this is because it's got a high crit chance and high crit damage. Storm Dragon's Judgment, like all other melee damage, will inherit the crit stuff of the melee weapon you have equipped. So you want something with very high crit chance, and then you boost that to get it to crit every single time. Consec enchant here is good because this is the only real way we have of accessing the on-swing category of melee damage, which is a separate multiplier to normal melee damage. It's between this and the Tyrant's Truth armor, but we're using a Mosquito instead of a Tyrant right now. So we've got to swing at least sometimes to keep this multiplier up. This stacks up to 5 times, but usually we're hanging out at like 2 stacks. Rings, I'm running Thumb Cuffs right now, just because it's what I have. But I've got enough crit chance here to get me to that 100% mark. I've got a crit damage passive. My other ring is a Demon Blade with duration rolls to extend the length of my Alchemical Agent dot, giving me better overall damage. I have a Cursed Wit, which is only level 15, because seemingly lower level enchants don't actually have lower values currently at level 40. But even if they did, this would still be the most impactful enchant here because it's healing and a little bit of damage. Curse Wit's providing us up to 100% damage in the conditional category when it's broken and when we're close to enemies, and that is the category that Spellblade used to populate, so we're getting most of our Spellblade back when our Curse Wit is on. Sacrificial Skeep is here because we're running around with 3,000 HP and a broken Cursed Wit. We're gonna need something keeping us alive, and that's also why the Empowering Sigil is here. But the Empowering Sigil, as a cryo variant, also freezes enemies, and frozen enemies take massively more damage from melee, including our hammer. So we turn on our Sigil, we go hug enemies, they freeze, we hammer, and they shatter. It's great. This also blocks problematic attacks such as Wastard's Skulls, any enemies with guns or bows that might be shooting at us. Vorkanar's fireballs get blocked by this. This shuts down a lot of problematic stuff. And also gives you damage reduction while it's on. And 5-second duration with a 10-second base cooldown is extremely efficient. You can spam this a lot. Mosquito's Mantle was balanced and is now no longer batshit insane. It doesn't square your damage anymore. It is an extra instance of damage, or a chance of an extra instance of damage when you crit. So it's very impactful on your overall performance, but is no longer a build replacement. Pre-change Mosquito was more impactful than the entire rest of your build combined. Post-change Mosquito, it's just another tool in the toolbox. Kind of like how they changed Livewire to no longer be a build on its own. It's just a good item. And notably, Mosquito is the only armor that gives you cooldown. And Storm Dragon's Judgment already has fast cooldown, but we may as well take more since it's an action skill focused build. And weapons-wise, we have a Stab-O-Matic that I occasionally shoot. We have a Queen's Cry, specifically to use the tasers to apply Executioner's Blade. We have a Twisted Delusion to apply Soaked to bosses for more damage. And then we have a Scalawag, which is our current main weapon we hold. The Scalawag is the best middle ground between having a bladed weapon, you see it's got 25%, and having melee crossbolts, which are a fresh multiplier in your melee damage formula. Meaning, if I fully apply to the cap of 25 crossbolts in a target with this thing, that's 75% more damage from melee against that target. Multiplying everything else I've got in that formula, 75% more. Whereas the 25% blade just goes in my normal melee damage category. And this thing can be times 2 with a fire rate of 4.74, meaning we apply a lot of crossbolts. And it being dark magic means we get a little bit of healing as we use this thing. And chance-wise, ASA Ellie on here. You can go ASA Lightning for more damage on the hammer, but I like ASA Ellie, so it benefits some of the other stuff I'm doing. As I said, Consec over here, Desperate over here, and then I have Surging on my spell, because that gets me exactly to 100% crit chance. Now, you could gear differently and not run this enchant, and then you could pick up ASA Lightning and have that with ASA Ellie for a lot of damage. Or you could run Action Skill Start, 20% all damage dealt. Your preference, really. But because of how my gear is currently set up, I have this. And this also gives some gun crit chance, which helps consistency of Executioner's Blade, which is nice. That's the build. Internet connection go burr. So the percent annoyance lower is actually full value under the cover? Yes. Yes, Dex. See clip of destroying Zomboss at C100 with a poison build? Yeah, I believe you showed that to me in the Discord. Yeah. That was fun. It's fun to melt Zomboss like that. And it's cool to see all the love for dot builds. I had very high hopes and expectations for dot builds going into this game, and my expectations were met. How does Spellblade work now post-patch? Exactly how it says it does, Denalia. Do I still have one on me? Yeah. So they changed the wording and the function. It says melee attacks are additionally increased by spell damage. It used to say instead before, so they changed this so it's now accurate. But note that it says melee attacks. This only applies to actual swings you do with the Spellblade. It no longer applies to any other melee damage. It is just the swing of the Spellblade. So Spellblade for, directly bonking things in a pure melee build is still very, very good. It's just not going to benefit any of your other melee. It's still great to have on caster builds because you get spell crit chance for a while after using it, but it's no longer equip Spellblade to make Dreadwind and Executioner's Blade and Storm Dragon's Judgment insane. It's no longer that. So now we've shifted over to using weapons with high crit stats, such as this Kama, 90% crit chance, 140% crit damage. Did my mic just die? Can anyone else hear me? Hey Manigeek, how you doing? I can hear you? Okay.
All fired up, are we?
How to give a streamer a heart attack in 5 seconds. Alright, so we just finished C69 and unlocked C70. These are some nice round numbers. This is visually satisfying. 28% Ascended, 60% Primordial, 12% Volatile, 0 Chaotic. And these are round numbers, except for the HP. This is just satisfying. Say 69 fun number. I gotta unlock the higher ones. Quickly learning about this specific anxieties of streaming. Oh yeah, audio is a big one. Dropping your connection, sudden audio failure, forgetting to unmute your mic, being on the wrong scene in OBS. All that stuff. Hey, Samantha Vest, thank you for the Prime for 17 months. I appreciate you. And yeah, we just passed C69 and we're on C70 now.
We got C69. Nice.
Nice. It's gonna stop at C69 because now I want the round numbers. The round numbers are so satisfying. I'm thinking the benchmark for builds being considered like top end is gonna be somewhere in the 70s. Breaking down some thresholds of value. C60 is where you hit old C50 HP, pre-change C50 HP. C64 is where chaotic gear no longer drops.
Enjoy your vacation.
C75 is where volatile no longer drops. And then C80-ish is where optimal ascended farming is going to be, in terms of time to kill versus actual drop rate. Hey Synergy, how are you? What'd you pair Claw with for a non-melee build? Clawbringer provides some good support to a spellcaster build, so you can do Claw Spellshot. Claw Spellshot's also a good gun build. Oh yeah, I was gonna do Bark. Yeah, let's see how Bark goes on this.
No games allowed.
Wildfire's been a solid gun build for me. Yeah, Wildfire is one of the tougher combinations to figure out, because it's probably the most limited of the multi-classes. But if it was to be good at a thing, it would be guns, for sure. It'd be either guns or companions. So yeah, that absolutely works. All multi-classes in this game are viable. All of them have something they're good at. Doing well, relaxing. Connecticut's still good times here so far. Nice. Sounds like optimized hammer throw? Yeah, we're running a hammer throw build. The big thing you can do to make hammer perform at a high level is get guaranteed crits. Building your way to 100% crit chance, as we have right now. 92.8 until I activate my spell. 100% crit chance. And that carries over to the hammer. Which means not only damage, but directives from the hammer, but also alchemical agent.
Good for you.
And we're also using empowering sigils to freeze enemies. And then hammer throw 'em.
Time to put someone in a cast.
When you're bringing back Spore Chucks. It's on the list. It's definitely on the to-do list. Might not be Sporcer anymore. C100 is where Ascended have a higher chance to drop than Primordials. But the thing with it is, at C100, enemy health is 4,400%. Pre-patched Chaos 50 was 1,800. So, at that point, sure, your rates might be better, but how's your clear time? So for the majority of builds, optimal Ascended farming is not going to be on C100. And that's okay. Because that means C100 is there for the challenge. And you just happen to get gear rewards for playing on the challenging mode. Decoupling farming from difficulty in the way they've done here is the most well-realized endgame progression system they've done in one of these games. Because BL2 and BL3, you had to be on the highest to get gear with stats that you wanted. Like, you had to be on OP10 to get OP10 gear, you had to be on Mayhem 10 to get Mayhem 10 gear, etc. Now with this update in this game, you don't have to be on Chaos 100. It's available from Chaos 50. And because we also have the menu difficulty system over here, you know, intense, balanced, relaxed, that means we have a total of 303 elective difficulty levels before curses and elite rooms. So we have more tools to customize difficulty in this game than we've got in any of the other games. Meaning, you can get top gear as low as the 51st difficulty level out of 303. It's accessible to everyone. And it only takes 10 runs to get up to that difficulty level. 10 Chaos Trials. Hey Asa, how you doing? I almost pinged you yesterday. Someone was talking about, they were fantasizing about multi-classing in BL2. I almost pinged you, but I thought of you instead. How you doing? Ironically, I'm actually working on that mod right now. Yep, that's why I thought of it.
I did you a favor, trust me.
Necromancer tree almost done. Sick. Hopefully Gearbox doesn't forget how good the variable difficulty is here and carry it over to future games. I hope so as well, Blaxican. I hope they account for where certain kinds of feedback's coming from, because a lot of people have decided to frame Chaos 100's elective difficulty and the other Chaos Caps elective difficulty as insults to them that somehow removes their gameplay. But that's not how it works at all. And in fact, when I was in opposition to the very first round of boss nerfs in this game, someone who was pro nerfs literally suggested that, okay, what if they just give you a higher difficulty above what there is now? Then everyone could be happy. I was like, sure, let's do that. And guess what? They did that.
Girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Hey, Piker, thank you for the 15 months. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing well.
Get off with you then.
The framing of the discussion of Chaos 100 is what bugs me the most. Like, they're only zeroing in on the Chaos tier rise, justifying adding fuel to the fire, saying, well, everyone's made up their minds, which means they can just continue to be divisive. It is not a conversation being had in good faith. That's for sure.
Again. Magic, Zach, go!
Connoisseur. Hell yeah. Framing the farming. Necromancer tree would be the last one I need to have done. That's finishing Gunzerker and Necromancer class mods, and deciding if I want to add in legendary class mods. Might just get the mod outs to the base systems out there. It definitely sounds like a good time.
No touching! Oh, flag night! Coming back from this.
Hit me. Thank you.
Another soul home.
The bottom line is, with the C100 update, nothing was lost. People who actively enjoy the game gained a lot, and nobody lost anything. Good update. Heard you mention Uncapped Chaos before, and after thinking about it, I'm pretty sure I'd be fully down for it. Yeah, Uncapped Chaos is an idea that, it's kind of the sequel to the Uncapped Mayhem idea. People were kicking around the idea of years ago. As far back as 2 years ago, after Mayhem 2.0 was introduced, and they ironed out the majority of the major glaring balance issues with the Phase 1 and Phase 2 patches that, you know, added Mayhem scaling and buffed a lot of weapons and all that stuff. So around this time in 2020, which was when fourth skill tree, excuse me, for that game came out, DLC 5, was when this idea was very popular, of uncapped mayhem, where they just let you keep increasing the levels to a point where you could keep challenging your builds more and more. At no additional gear rewards, just more difficulty to the player's content. And that idea was very popular then. And in Wonderlands, that idea has persisted into being chaos instead of mayhem. I know a lot of creators have floated the idea of it. Lazy Data, myself, Bad Karma, Holo, all of us have talked about it in our content creation, the idea of uncapped chaos. It's a very popular idea with endgame players, which you'll notice directly contrasts the narrative being pushed by certain individuals that no one wants more chaos tiers, because that's just not true. Lots of people do. The idea of uncapped chaos is a popular one. Now, going up to 100 isn't uncapped, but guess what? It's closer to uncapped than not adding levels is. And especially, once again, this is the first time in a fully realized endgame of a lands game where we have max difficulty decoupled from max gear. You don't have to go up to the top for max gear. Everything above 50 is purely, you know, that I want to push myself farther. It's not bigger number on gear. It's I want to push farther. So it's a good system.
Hi, Reparation. How are you? It's been a minute. Hope you've been well. Might have maybe given the Macromancer tree a minuscule amount of lifesteal. Whatever. It's not like lifesteal's not easy to get in the game already. Doesn't hurt anything. Just one-shot the statue with hammer? Yes. Uncap would bring awesome competitiveness with the game who can get the farthest. Yeah, it's just a way to push builds for people who like pushing builds. When I asked about the update, you explained it all quite well. Well, I'm glad.
No thanks. Give me something to cast at this instant.
Ooh, got him before his first slam. Hell yeah, hammer throw good. And note that my ward was full. That's not with Cursed Wit on. Imagine if we had Cursed Wit on for that. Almost got him here. This is one of the situations where I think Diamond Guard is the play. Uncap would also give you the satisfaction of getting walled, shuffling up geared, pushing through. And we have lots of framework that supports this uncapped idea. For example, the fact that myth rank is uncapped means that eventually you would have enough power to push through any level with enough myth rank. Now, I'm still choosing not to spend my myth rank. I'm still at 480. I'm at rank 926, but I have 446 unspent points because I've not spent above 480. But like, if you ever did hit that wall, you could then just get more myth rank. Like, the framework is all there. Plus the satisfaction of actually finding an actual measurement of how far the build can go. Yeah. Not just this C50 build. Where, you know, not all builds on the same difficulty level are created equally. Didn't use actual twice like that, whatever. I go what you mean. I go what you mean. Hidden Barkenstein for fun. I'm sorry, Bark. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Ugh. Alright. I feel like the Maker would also go well with this because she's a ward bar, so we get element matchup with the hammer throw. For companion build, mostly Hydras. What hero points would you recommend? Depends on where your Hydras are coming from, for the most part. Yeah, depends a lot on where your Hydras are coming from and what action skill you're using. Really, though? I'm a little sorry. It's like a tiny bit. Superior. Strength would be fine then. So you'd probably be taking... That's a max damage Banshee. It's not an elemental with Rampage, but that is a max damage Banshee. You'd probably go Strength and Intelligence, Rest, and Constitution would be my knee-jerk there. Depending on your action skill, you might want to go Attunement somewhere in there. There's not much reason to run Dexterity for that kind of thing. 2000 Crystal Bunny looks funny as fuck. Reaper of Bones. Okay, so Attunement is really nice for Reaper. So maybe Attunement, Constitution, Rest, and Strength would be what I would do. Or yeah, you look at this Twin Soul while I run to the bathroom real quick. Alright, be back. Tiny bladder. Okay, that's a good Twin Soul. I'd want a little bit higher in the crit chance though to pick up, so that can stay there for now. So that's me for my Dreadwind build. I've been thinking about visiting Dreadwind next for climbing up to C100, Roddy. And I'm keeping an eye out for Great Swords with max crit chance, because they can get 12 or 13. Whereas Banshees can only get to 11, I believe. So, like, applying similar tech of max crit chance for guaranteed alchemical agent that I'm doing here to Dreadwind could be advantageous. That's so satisfying. Sended Snake Stick with the good swing speed roll. Shame it's a Rampage. Whatever my Greatsword has for crit chance. Yeah, there's like a small chance that a purple might end up being optimal for Dreadwind over a Banshee even. Depending on if that crit chance strat works out. Set spells. Got Ascended Goblin Pickaxe with 18 crit chance, 140 crit damage, it's Vampire. Still very useful. Vampire would not be something I'd run with this particular ward, but you could always just not run this. Remember, that insane drill damage we had, that whole drill kill, we didn't have Curse Wit active. So if I'd been running something else, it would have been helping me more. You could run Body Rune and benefit from the ability to ward tank. You could run Maced Wardu, and Maced Wardu's damage it deals to enemies that melee you gets your melee formula. Hammer and Anvil, the hammer that spawns, gets your melee formula. You don't have to run a Curse Wit. You could run something else if you want to run a Vampire. And I do have to look at pickaxe stats to see if I can get a 19 140 pickaxe, because if so, then that's just better. Because you'd also be getting movement speed, spell cooldown, and action skill cooldown. Ascended Smithies. I still have not gotten a good parts Smithies Ire to drop. I think I want one with 2 projectiles and spell damage. But every one I get is just terrible. This one has spell charge radius. That's not bad. Crit damage, like, it's better than most of the other ones I've gotten, but meh. Morning, Avi. How you doing? Hope you're well. Do I have bank space? No. I never have bank space. I really need to clean that out. I don't need to be keeping volatiles anymore, really, or even chaotics. I don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Alright. That's a little better.
Think you can make it?
Alright, let's see how the stats are looking now. Chaos 71. Volatile's down to a 9.7. Ascended's up to 29.5. Like it.
Come on, have some fun.
Why is there a green Furrier in your bank? Why is there a green Furrier in my bank?
Let's go wreak some havoc.
Oh yeah, Chain Lightning. I want to do low gear rarity runs through content, and the fact that you could get Chain Lightning at green amused me, so I put it in there to remind myself of that. I think you can get non-Chain Lightning at white rarity, but I need to check to see if you can also get the Chain Lightning at white rarity. Because, like, at green, you can get the 2-part requiring ones, like Pixies. But at white, there's some that you just don't have enough parts for. Like, Pixies are, you need the Hydra part and the flying part. I do wonder how well gun builds will hold up. Or I should say, non-spore gun builds will hold up at high chaos tiers, just in a general sense. Because spore gun builds, you have play the angles to be really efficient crowd control. That's just going to hold up very well. Because play the angles at lower chaos tiers is just, it's more damage than you need. So, like, the enemies kind of grow into it, so to speak. But traditional gun builds that don't have that kind of double dip attached probably end up being pretty slow in comparison to something like this. Now, there's going to be exceptions to that, such as, obviously, once you get a Ruby Spite rolling, for example, or if you run around using a Sword Explosion on every enemy. I also had another thought about how the debate of ×1 versus ×3 Sword Explosion might finally be settled by new max difficulty, because you likely won't have the ammo to use a ×3. Considering how much tankier everything is now. I missed.
She's fight like a dairy farmer. Extra hot today. Just got another visitor this morning. Yes, the bleeding was so awful. You're nothing but
Feed Firefront. Miss C69 day ruined. Oh no, sorry J-Bridge. Hard time to see what in any mode my Ruby Spite is without a sight, sometimes wonder why my damage is low. Yeah, it's one of those things you have to remember when you load in to switch it once and then never switch it again. Something you can do to help is, you can keep another gun with, like, an alt-fire mode equipped, and then when you switch the rubies for the first time, also switch that one, so, like, keep this Queen's Cry there, and you can just look to see if it says taser, then you know you swapped. If it doesn't, then you know you didn't. Just use a second item to keep track. This is the TLDR of that. I used way too many words. Man, empowering Sigil is so fucking good. That was such a clean obelisk for him.
finally a sigh of relief. Come on.
Oh, I dotted myself. So, like, the thing is, if I ever do dot myself, that's another time where Demon Blight just comes in clutch. Because it just increases my damage whenever that happens. So, like, I'm gonna go down, but Demon Blight's gonna make sure my alchemical agent kills something. It's been entertaining seeing how weird the gearing for this build has gotten as I've optimized it. Like, a melee alchemical agent build that runs one ring that doesn't give melee damage. Kinda fun.
No heat allowed. Newsflash.
Raid Warden.
Finally. I can do my thing. Don't look so shocked.
And if you're curious how the power of this holds up at current C50, if you're planning on starting from C50 and gearing out with this, I was getting 3.5-minute boss runs. Not to like fight one boss, like a full, you know, start chamber boss run, 3.5 minutes. Morning, Ricky Tabby. How you doing? So wondering which sigil you're using. Love mine. Stationary seems to move with you. Yeah, the empowering sigils. They have a shorter duration, only 5 seconds, and they're smaller, but they follow you. And the other cool thing these do, aside from that, a bunch of cool things, but they follow you. You have some damage reduction while you have it on, but also they have very high status effects. So, like, it's a hidden value, but they do way more status damage. And what that translates to is not only are the dots from them very good if you're doing like blight color dot stuff, but if you're using a cryo one, they're really good at freezing things, which is very helpful for melee and for survivability. Hey Rabbit, how you doing? Call this build obscure? A little bit. A little bit. But it's a good representation of how far gear interactions can get you, using more specific interactions than any specific gear. Like, there's a lot of ward options here, there's a lot of spell options here, there's a lot of melee options here, but gearing within a certain school of thought is what allows this to work. And that's pretty flexible, and it's very teachable. Like, this build works because I have high crit chance. That's the easiest way to sum it up. Doing a good interview while for new job, hoping I get it since current place is at. Yeah, they were cutting your hours and pay. I think I remember reading from you. Which, I've been there. That fucking sucks. Good for you knowing your worth and going somewhere else. Let's be farming some bunnies. You can also vendor farm pretty effectively for sigils if you ever feel like just kind of chilling out. Ricky? But yeah, spell bunny or vending machines would be the way to go for it. I really like getting radius rolls because that makes up for the fact that empowering sigils are a bit smaller, but also it increases the area of the novas, and the novas are what do the freezing that I mentioned. So radius parts are really nice. They have very short cooldowns, so you don't even really need that cooldown part I happen to have on mine. But, yeah. Cutting hours, cutting pay, and forcing me to change what job I do, basically demoting me from bartender to busser, which is just collect plays class. Yeah, I know what a busser is. Yeah, that's... You're doing the right thing, looking elsewhere. Especially, like, you're a good bartender. If anyone doesn't know that about Rabbit, like, he's a good bartender. So, it's a waste of his talent, and it's just outright disrespectful to jerk him around like that. That's a good great axe. Shame it's non-elemental. It's a 12% greatsword. I picked one up already. What was the one I picked up? Did I not pick it up? I guess I didn't. Well, I meant to. So we'll pick that up. 20 years of working, and I maintained to this day only job I was good at was being a busboy. You worked that bussy, J-Bridge. I'm proud of you. Bussy boy. A great bartender come to Las Vegas. Alright, be right there. What are you making us first, Tom Nasty? Another 12%. Ascended Great Axe, Ancient, 160 crit damage. It's pretty good. I'll take that. I could find a use for that. That was an 11% greatsword. Alright, cool. Not bad. New place is even happy to accept that in 10 to 12 months. I'll have to take 12 to 16 weeks off for my treatment, which current place is willing to do for half pay. Ugh. I enjoy making tips on a guaranteed wage. It's too uncommon. People actually treating their employees with the respect befitting of the fact that they're, you know, the backbone of your fucking business. Although it was nice when I was on vacation a couple weeks ago. There's a new restaurant that opened up. It's a hand roll sushi bar. Basically, it was like their pre-opening. They're open like before they were like open. So some of their menu items and stuff weren't in stock, but they had a little section in their menu talking about like why the built-in gratuity is there and like what it goes to. Like they give healthcare to their employees and shit, and like it was good. I was like, oh wow, yeah, I'm totally cool with that.
Think you can make it? You go on ahead.
Soft opening, yeah, that was the term. That was the term.
Harder.
Thank you, J-Bridge. Alright, I gave Bear my dagger, my doggo. Why did I say dagger? Oh no, you have a weapon named Bear. A bath, and putting a bunch of my clothes through the wash, as well as airing out the house with big box fans. Box fans will never not be useful. I have one. You can't quite see it. Actually, you can, right there. See this thing over my shoulder? That's my box fan I sometimes whip out when it gets too hot. It's the same one I've had since I was in college. So, 10 years ago. Wow, that was a sentence. That was a sentence. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Electricity in the air. I really found my calling, didn't I?
I don't think I'll ever understand why America's healthcare system is so expensive. Because they want people to die. Is the short answer. Rabbit. Because they want people to die.
Hope that works out for you.
If I ever acquire a dagger, it's not being named a bear. Understandable. I snorted a little bit of that to make sure nothing came out. Money's the short answer. Ah, money's the long answer. Because what are they getting the money for? They're getting the money for letting people die because corporate interests are willing to do that because they can make more money by having prices be absolutely absurd. You don't want to be a diabetic here, for example. You do not want to be a diabetic in the US. Because this country's trying to fucking kill you if you're a diabetic.
Zone of protection.
Your life is worth less to them than the potential money they could make by price gouging people who need a basic item that is easy to acquire in the rest of the world, the rest of the developed world at least, to survive. Ooh, +1 to alchemical agent. Hell yeah. Thankfully, I qualify for a program that pays for my $4,000 a month medication. No, that isn't exaggerated. It's actually how much it costs. Sounds right. I have family that's on very expensive monthly treatments as well. And without insurance, it would mean literal death.
War for the culling. Heroes are made of tougher stuff than titanium.
I'm in a situation where my current plan is not going to be available at the end of the year, so I need to basically re-enroll in a more expensive plan because they canceled mine for being too cheap. So my insurance bill goes up at the end of the year. Yay. I'm hopeful that streaming will still be able to cover it. It likely will, but still less money in my pocket to, you know, survive. Otherwise, I might have to side hustle, which is something I've been prepared to do for a while. American healthcare system, chat.
I'm so good at briefing.
Hit that pull once in a while. I'd do more for less. Gotta do what you gotta do. To move to the UK. Be a bad idea? Yeah. Had a problem with one of my eyes now preventing me from wearing contacts, so my options are swap to more expensive and wasteful daily contacts, never wear contacts again, or get LASIK. Contacts and LASIK aren't covered by my insurance, so that's cool. Love it here, by the way.
Extra hot. Death, death,
Whoopsie. And no skeep to save me. F. This is what I learned today. If you swap to taser mode on a gun, summon Bog Totem, spawn as lightning. Just tests Queen's card pretty neat. Well, yeah. Bog Totem inherits the element of whatever gun you have equipped. So, while you have a taser equipped, your gun is lightning. Makes sense. Incredibly difficult for me to put into words just how much I fucking hate this country and healthcare system in it. It's, it can be boiled down to 2 words. It's fucked. Do a lot of people work with massive bills from healthcare, and that says nothing of family I know going through this stuff. It's damn depressing. Something that used to be said was, you can't put a price on, you know, life. It's not really very true, is it?
Ha! You fell for it. Classic hero bait.
Capitalism is better than feudalism, does require oversight and limits. Unchaining in the 80s helped get us where we are today. But something Reagan good. Definitely didn't skullfuck 4 generations of people just because he's an asshole. What do you mean? Capitalism breeds innovative ways to shit on the working class. Record profits or unpaid wages. Don't ever forget it. Billionaires are a mistake? No, billionaires are the point. They're not a glitch in the system, they are working as intended. Bye, Celissa. How's day 1 of the A2? Enjoyable. I got walled by less stuff than I thought I would. If you ever watch the VOD, take a sip each time I complain about Bethany dying. Because it happens a lot. She just gets knocked down very frequently. We ended up doing like half of the Act 1 stuff. Recruited everyone except Fenris. The plan is we're going friend with Varric and Bethany and rival with everyone else, although I'm having trouble actually being rival with Aveline because I keep getting friendship. Sure, the system letting us get them in the first place is a fundamental flaw. I mean, not if the intent was always just to enrich the rich and not actually to provide sustainable methods of life for the masses. Modern capitalism doesn't work unless someone is failing. And billionaires can't be billionaires unless large numbers of people are failing. Yeah, but all this makes me so angry. I want to change it. Existing avenues of change are fucking slow, tend to be ineffective by the time any significant systemic change happens. Thousands died in poverty. More than thousands. And it's what happens when you create a system where the safeguards are controlled by people who benefit from not implementing the safeguards. The wolves guarding the henhouse, so to speak. Confirmed on the enchant thing. I used a low-level 1 Stone Swan, low-level Curse Wit, where the enchant was reading 0%, and I was still getting healing fast enough to be perceived, and that was my only source of healing. So, unless it was rounding down to visually showing 0, and my perception of time is super fucked, I'm pretty sure it's confirmed. Because, like, with these reading 0, it still felt like 5%. Thank you, of course. Thank you for telling me about it. This hatchet's trying. Eh. Another 1.9 pickaxe, 16 crit. What are the other ones I picked up? 1.9, 18 crit. Yeah, that's better. How much is the part variance on Diamond Guard? Does it have part variance? Yeah, it does. That's a 7 crit. I have a 6 crit. Do we know how high we can get the crit chance on a Diamond Guard? 6 or 7? Okay. Disappointing. I think it's still going to be worth keeping one around. For elemental overflow, if it's ever forced, or for, sufficiently high-level Solissa, if I feel like I'm missing out on damage. But, the crit chance is very low, and the crit damage isn't awe-inspiring either. At that point, I'd rather just run Assault and Battery and Brute Force with fishing for crits with that 200% crit. Okay, what does the next one look like? We're at 73. Volatile is below 5% at 73. We're getting close to Volatile not being in the mix anymore.
Come on, have some fun.
I am having fun, Dragon Lord. Oh, while you're here, Stone Swan, do you happen to know, pickaxe crit ranges and such. Is a 19140 pickaxe possible? You don't? Okay. Because I might be willing to settle for 19130 here. Slight damage loss, but gaining the utility offered by having a pickaxe. Lose a little bit of Xe Blade damage, maybe. I don't know how a Ascended pickaxe works out number-wise. Actually, that should be higher. That should be higher. Yeah, pickaxe might be the play over comma here, maybe. I'd have to get a very specific parted one, though. You have an 18150 pickaxe? So that implies the existence of a 19140. If you know, have one part move over. School's done means it's gaming time. Let's go, Rune.
Finally!
Highest crit chance a pickaxe can roll. I believe 20, Butter. I believe 20. Possibly 21, I don't remember, but I'm pretty sure I've seen Lazy get a 20. And I've seen a 19 and an 18 today. 19 is all you really need to feasibly get to 100% crit chance without investing too much. 20 would mean I could drop this spell enchant. And 21 is just kind of overkill, to be honest. While I was at school today, the skunk spell was stuck to me, so when teachers came by asked me if I've been listening to any reggae recently, it took me a second. Oh, huh. Nice. Hope you're doing well, Coffee. Hey, Peter Panda. Thank you for the 21 months. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Hope things have been treating you well. $2021 feels like a myth to me. I dropped 120k on melee bunnies. Haven't seen one yet. I'm not entirely sure if 21 is a possibility, but I'm fairly certain about 20. Now, whether 20 is even worth it, because you lose some crit damage to get there, I believe. That's up for debate.
I'm not out of the fight yet!
Just a girl and she's on fire.
There's the alert.
Qua qua qua.
Quack, 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 indeed. Thank you again, Peter Panda. See the crit chance for Stabmatic, so it's worth it for me? But crit damage. Crit damage is also relevant. Sounds like we're in a fishbowl. Does it? I don't suppose anyone's made a graph about when scales are tipped for surrender and crit chance for damage and vice versa. Not a graph. I know Lazy and Viper have done a lot of spreadsheet stuff with that. Different iterations for different action skills and such.
It's your funeral.
Damage runs through melee card formula too? Yes. That's part of why Petty Tantrum sucks so hard. Because it's just got a crit penalty on top of mediocre damage and mediocre crit chance. And inconsistent behavior.
He's polite to death when he's here. Or else. Now.
Changes a lot. It's yet another win for Salt and Battery in a lot of scenarios. Because Salt and Battery with that 200% crit damage, it may not have any crit chance, so you'll be working off your base of 5. But like, a lot of damage. This is why Kama is so good, because it's high crit chance and high crit damage. It doesn't break the, break into the Great Axe and I think Bonk Stick is the other one that has decent. Yeah, Great Axe, Bonk Stick, Salt and Battery region. Doesn't get in there, but it's much higher than something like a Rage Handle, which struggles to get 110. Spellblade's 115. Diamond Guard's 110. Kama's a good split. The place where Kama gets its trade-off is its base damage, but for Storm Dragon's Judgment, that doesn't really matter. And for Stab-O-Matic, that doesn't really matter either. Oh, I was throwing my hammer. Unlucky. Thanks, Contagion. Got some Pharmacama then. I'm also keeping an eye out for pickaxes, because pickaxes are like in spitting distance of Kama stats. Like, I might be able to get the exact stat range, which would mean a perfectly rolled pickaxe would just be better, because it has the unique effect. Even if I'm not using it, it being available is a good thing. But, I gotta keep hitting the melee bunny for that. That's a Hammer and Anvil, Ascended one with health. If I was doing like a deathless Hammer and Anvil, that'd be really good. I'm gonna take that, actually. Currently using an 18140 Echo Ascended one. Yeah, I want to keep the 19% if I can. I would settle for a 19130 if I found out that was what I had to do. Slight damage loss over the combo, but 2 types of cooldown and movement speed. 14140 exists with higher base damage? Cool. Pickaxe is the play then. Lovely. Pickaxe is gonna be the play. Common pickaxe W. 18150 confirmed. Sick. Yeah, so going with the 18150 is going to be really good damage, but you do need to invest more into the crit chance side of things. Like, I would need... This thumb cuffs would have to be like a championship ring, which would only apply in bossing, or a shell casing, which would mean I would have to keep shell casing on, I'd have to use a thumbs bane instead of a scalawag. But a shell casing could keep me at that crit chance point. Alternatively, I'd have to take more dexterity, possibly even have a dex increasing background. So like not Village Idiot, probably the Alchemist one. Not the Alchemist one. The Raised by Elves, that one. Or I'd have to drop a Demon Blight. Or drop Blade and go back to more Awe. Either way, I'd have to change something around if I wanted to run an 18% crit one. 21,130? That's insanity. 21,130. Oh. At that point with 21,130, I could drop like one of those passives entirely. Could maybe drop this passive on armor and pick up an all damage roll instead. That's crazy. Sure, rarely haven't seen a 20 yet though. I've seen Lazy get a 20. I haven't seen a 21 that I can remember. I had probably seen one, but I just wasn't paying attention. Because we didn't really look at melee crit chance that commonly before. Or at least I didn't. I was more looking at swing speed. But in something like this, where swing isn't the focus, the crit stats matter the most. And with Spellblade out of the equation, crit stacking is like the next best way to maximize. Not locked on Steam for 3 days. And you got that many bots, that's... I don't use my Steam often enough to get targeted. Is that Fallout 76 is a free Prime game? Is it? If it is, I have to grab that. It's free? Sick. I'll have to grab that. Anyway, look at this comma. I gotta run to the bathroom. Alright, back. 21 130 still has a higher base damage than the comma. That's sick. That's so sick. So that means better Xe blades. Good great axe. Yeah, higher base damage means better Xe blades. Higher crit chance means easier gearing. Higher crit damage means more damage. And it's comparable in the swing speed department. Comma's still good pickaxe, it's a high ceiling. Appropriate for uniques. Hella fun nowadays, always down to play with it. Play with people on it as well. Lazy being a drug addict, hammer wielding psychopath, me full burr mode. I'll definitely grab it. I don't know when I'll check it out, but I will grab it. So maybe I should save quit to get rid of this this lightning bug. Sometimes throwing your hammer, the VFX doesn't go away, so that's what's on my gun right now. Chat, have we ever had pickaxe in the Chaos Vendor? Because I really want that now. We got some pickaxe farming to do. 12 130 for greatsword. What do I have? 12 120. I'll just pick up both. I don't need my spell damage rings anymore. And you're the one with inside scoop, definitely Victoria to ask. Interesting assumption. I have bad memory, been on multi-hiatus, so grains of salt. Yeah. I don't remember it ever being there either, for what it's worth. Hey, Lorob, thank you for the 9 months with a 7 streak. Means the world. Thank you so much. Hope things have been going well. Twitch, baby. What are we naming it?
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Overwatch server shut down? Yeah, they're starting the transition to Overwatch 2 right now, correct? Jog for 30 minutes, now I feel sick, but I did it. Yo, let's go. Actual Quag chat energy, pup T. Fucking legend. Please drink some water. Expecting parts on a pickaxe is crazy. Is the variance just insane? We name it Robbie Quagsire. I like it. Let's do it. No, just visually? Ah, okay. Do it and you'll see. What? Huh, what? Hmm. Uh. Huh. Hmm. Like 3 weapons in one, maybe why it's so good. Yeah, like, people love hybrids. Pickaxe is a hybrid. Or build item skill tree one so I can screenshot it? Yeah, absolutely. Give me 1 second. Let me finish looking through this stuff, Mentalist. Also, let me exit the chamber room so that it shows my actual skill tree values and not the butt stallion boosted. Okay, so skill tree wise, this is built around Storm Dragon's Judgment. We go down to Storm Breath in this tree for the tankiness, taking 1 Oath of Fire for Awe, max Oath of Thunder for damage, max Dragon Aura for damage, remainder the points in Rebuke to get down to Storm Breath. Stabo Tree, max Haste, max Potent Poisons, max Exploit Their Weakness, max Swift Death. We are skipping Arsenal, Follow-Up, Nimble Fingers, and Shadow Step. Then we've got 1 Sneak Attack. I know it's painful, but it's optimal. 1 Elusive, max Contagion, take Alchemical Agent, max 1000 Cuts, take Executioner's Blade. Hero points, max Strength, max Wisdom. And then I have a split between Dexterity and Intelligence. I have 2 points in Intelligence, remainder in Dexterity, because that is enough to get me exactly to 100% melee crit chance when I have all my buffs on. But if you are running, say, a 20% or 21% crit chance melee weapon, I'm running a 19. If you're running a higher one, that you need less dexterity. If you're running a lower one, that you need more dexterity. Gear-wise, I'm running a comma right now. Pickaxe is the goal. We want a pickaxe with this crit profile. But basically anything with high crit chance and high crit damage is what you're going for. Stab-O-Matic, in case we need it. Queen's Cry for tasers for Executioner's Blade. Delusion for Soaked. Scalawag, because Scalawag is goated. A Thumb Cuffs with melee crit chance and melee crit damage. Demon Blight with duration, as many duration things as possible. Elements don't really matter, just get duration on this. Cursed Wit, we're running a level 15 because the enchant doesn't actually get weaker and also makes it easier to break. With a Desperate enchant for a bit of healing. Mosquito with Awe and Oath of Thunder. Area damage is also kind of an important rule to have in your armor here. You have nowhere else to get it. Skeep, because we're squish. And Empowering Sigil with Surging enchant for extra crit chance. 11,140. Might give Overwatch 2 a try if the casual scene is good. It could be pretty hard pressed to get my friends to play anything else for next week. Multiplayer is free, so I don't need to worry about my money going to the wrong people. That's a point, yeah. Actually, getting more value because stuff survives longer. That, and also because I'm applying crossbolts by shooting anyway, I may as well get the value of Exeblade. And my Sigil can also trigger Exeblade if it crits. Pretty sure 20 is not possible on Pickaxe, jumps from 19 to 21. It's not absolutely certain, just look through 500 of them. Okay, I might have misremembered the 21 then. The 20 as... I might have misremembered the 21 as a 20. There we go, I got there eventually. But that's good to know. Also, when you're throwing your hammer, J-Bridge, you can still shoot. So I may as well be doing something in there.
Choose, Fate Maker. Good luck.
So Pickaxe is our goal here. I do still need to put together a set of accessories that hopefully gets me to a high enough crit chance with the Diamond Guard, although that's going to take so much more investment. It's going to take so much more. It would probably be the 6 Awe spec again. I'd definitely have to run 2 rings with melee crit chance. Probably be back to shell casing ring territory, so I'd have to use a Thumbsbane over a Scalawag. But if you can get a high enough crit chance going with a Diamond Guard, then you have element matching on the table. Is Clawbringer the better secondary class? You not choose Blightcaller to get a bit of build variation. You can't pick Hammer Throw with a class that isn't Clawbringer. You need to be a Clawbringer for the Hammer. So since this is a Hammer build, yeah, it's Clawbringer. Clawbringer also has a very good damage formula. So there's that. Hey, Paradox. Thank you for the 20 months.
Ready to burn it all down? Aw, that's
She's just a girl and she's on fire. You look like
U20 is crazy.
It is crazy. See, Jake agrees. Okay, you want lap, Jake? That's fine. You can have lap. Thank you, Paradox, for the 20 months. I appreciate it. Hope you've been doing well. Thank you, Skeep. Pay attention to the melee element of the build. Yeah, this is focused around the Hammer Throw. You could do this with Ghostblade. But then the base damage of the weapon would matter a little bit more. This is all about the hammer.
More for the culling.
Now, between Stay Back and Nasty Spill, I guess we go Stay Back with Monka. It's working too hard, as you always tell me. I do always tell you that. Remember to take you time. What I do, you're missing out on Awe crit damage. Yeah, missing out on more points in Awe is something that I don't love. But there's some situations where it's too nice to have Exiblade. For example, you can't Storm Dragon's Judgment Imelda. You can also not Ghostblade Imelda. So, Exiblade. Your Blightcaller Sabo setup as well, just wondering? Yes, my Ghostblade setup is Blight Sabo. I go down to Executioner's Blade, and in the Blight tree I go to Frostbite. You shoot a Poison Scalawag to apply Bog Down. The advantage of going Blight over Claw in a Ghostblade setup means you can get, through Bog Down, you can get Soaked active with very high uptime, even in mobbing, without having to use, say, a Tidebreaker. Overflow or Nasty Spill? I guess we're doing Nasty Spill. Nasty Spill, stay back, because I got greedy and took too many curses. Find the item somewhere in the Discord. I'll show you the spec after this run. Remind me in the loot room. It's under construction, because I still need to adjust it for all the stuff we've been discovering today. Learned a lot of relevant things for Melee in today's stream. Like meta-defining shit. That pickaxe information is huge, by the way. But yeah, I can go over it. Ouch. Farm pickaxe right now. Run Clawburr, kind of like this with Hammer, Empowering Sigil, use Twin Soul. That'll work. Yeah, Burr brings an Icebreaker, which gets you even more value out of the Empowering Sigil. The thing you lose with Burr is Alchemical Agent. That's the big thing.
For the hug, Death. Let's do it again soon. Ah, you fool. Hey, no kidding.
Stay back is not giving me time. Yeah, I got greedy and chose too many curses this run. Genuinely my own fault. If I had picked one less, I would have had to only stay back and not nasty spell. Having both of them is, awkward. Both on a melee build. No less. A melee build with no HP buffer. This goes to show you, the enemy damage things, was never real. It was never actually a problem. It's just a matter of using the right tools. Yo, Deceptix, thank you for the 20 months. Absolute legend. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hope things have been treating you well. Why is my phone exploding right now? Leave me alone. Why is my phone exploding? Look down. Pay this bill. Pay this bill. Fuck you. Bills, bills, bills. Is it Samsung? No. It's the good old health insurance thing.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. You look like
Colon closing parenthesis.
You said colon closing. Thank you, Gun Deceptix. I really appreciate it. Chat, if you don't know Deceptix, insanely talented speedrunner. All sorts of stuff. You like Doom Eternal? You like assorted Borderlands speedrun and stuff? Go drop a follow, do the thing and the thing with the thing. Okay, luckily this one's just Nightmare. I don't need to pay too much attention. I wonder what it'll make of this. Easy clap. Wanted to say colon open. Text-to-speech is 500 bits plus. It's no swan. So, apologies. But thank you for the 100. I have text-to-speech on 500 plus because one person couldn't behave one day. Admittedly, it was a funny day. Backslash slash backslash slash backslash slash. It just sounds like you're telling me how to do a combo in a fighting game. Like an action game, Devil May Cry type shit. How to get all armor? Yes. What's this about opening colons? Yes. Yeah, with the Xe Blade spec, you get all from armor. With the other spec, you can either get up to 6 awe if you have armor and tree, or you can give up awe armor to get something else on armor, but I can't think of anything I would prefer over awe on the armor, because you also want Clawbringer power primary for hammer damage. Iron Shell Ghostblade, yes. No pickaxe love? It's a better diamond guard. Yeah, basically just looking at pickaxes and great swords now. Anything else I'm stumbling into? That's an ascended max damage Banshee with an element, but no hilt mod! I'm still taking it. I'm still taking it. I can drop that, that's not Ellie. Unfortunate. Why purple combo instead of snake? Because snake does not have the crit stats that I want here. And we're using combo because I don't have the perfect roll pickaxe yet. Half circle, backward, forward, heavy slash, activate. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Just got off work. Oh, Viper. We've had discoveries. Pickaxe is back to being optimal for both hammer and Ghostblade. Pickaxe. Discoveries plural. Yeah, pickaxe. So pickaxe can get the favorable crit stat split that we want. It can go as high as having 21% crit chance and 130% crit damage, while still having very high base damage relative to other weapons of those stat profiles. And then you get pickaxe's effects on top of all that. So, like, you can get a pickaxe and just a better roll than a comma, and comma has been absolutely insane for hammer throwing. So you can use pickaxes to get to 100% crit chance, and unlike with, say, Rage Handle, where you get no card crit help, you get help from the pickaxe. You don't have as much crit damage or base damage as the Great Axe, but you have auto-critting with decent crit damage. And then you get pickaxe's effects. Just cooldown of both kinds and move speed. You also get more money. I'm just looking through, seeing what I have on my Ghostblade save. Hey, Yasha, thank you for the tier 2 for 11 months with the streak. Overwatch 1 is dead and we have 1 second of silence? Sure. There you go. Thank you. So yeah, for your benefit, Mentalist. Skill tree-wise, currently down to Exiblade. Max Haste, Max Potent Poisons, 1 follow-up to move down the tree, a Max Exploit Their Weakness, Max Nimble Fingers, Shadow Step, Elusive, Max Contagion.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Thank you again, Yasha.
Al1 is dead. Can we have 1 second of silence?
Al1. Chemical Agent, 4,000 cuts to get down to Exiblade. In the Blight Tree, 1 Geist Shell just to have it. It's helpful when you're shooting the weak spots of the raid bosses, because then the Geist will also hit the weak spot and do crazy damage, even with only 1 point, and with no gun damage in the build. Wraith Mail for survivability. Virulence is to give Alchemical more duration, and the Chance lets you apply Frostbite and amped up more consistently. 2 Flawless Edge, because we're going to have full ward generally with Wraith Mail and amped up. Amped up, of course, is move speed and tank. Bogged Down is why we have a Poison Scalawag to get soaked on everything, and Frostbite is melee damage and crit chance. And we use a Frost melee weapon to apply Frostbite. Hero points wise, max crit damage, max status damage. Currently have the remainder in Constitution, but you can go into Dex for crit chance stuff, etc., etc. Gear wise, currently Rage Handle, but we'll be switching to Pickaxe once I get an appropriate one. Scalawag, rings with melee crit chance. I like to have 1 duration ring for Ghostblade's benefit. Body Rune for healing and damage, and bulk. Mosquito's nice here, but you could use Tyrant's Truth. You could run Amalgam. You run Brutal Stampede. You got a lot of options here. Barbalode is nice for Ghostblade because Ghostblade is very narrow in its focus, and Barbalode lets you multi-target off of it. And then Fortifying Sigil, because Ghostblade, you end up a little squishy relatively, so it's nice to have a safe area where you also get damage. And Ghostblade Enchant is important here. Stage 2 unlock Demon Blight. I believe the first one, Tetsu. I want to say it's stage 1. We need to rate the stream not safe for work with all the build porn I'm seeing. It's very build heavy, which is one of the fun things that happens whenever they add more difficulty options. We're optimizing. Thanks, question mark. You're welcome, question mark. Does fortifying follow you? No, only empowering follows. Chaos 75. No more volatile at 75. It's the next big landmark. We're at 2542% health, which is about 700% more than old Chaos 50. Enemy damage is 150, which is halfway between old Chaos 50 and new Chaos 50. And a solid 300% across the board for XP, gold, moon orbs, and loot luck. So no chaotic, volatile, or non-chaotic gear. It's all primordial ascended with a 60-30 split-ish. 75 is a comfy place. Been bopping in and out. What's your highest cast across characters now? This one, 75. I have a couple in the 60s, and this one is in the 70s. So I'd say if you were gonna farm ascended gear, chat, you want to be in like the 75 to 85 range would be my guess currently, because at 75, you can only get Primordial or Ascended. Sure, Primordial's more likely, but 36% for Ascended, not bad odds at all. But the higher you go from here, the slower time to kill gets, because enemy health keeps going up. Sure, your Ascended chances go up, but it's still always going to be Ascended and Primordial. Even all the way at 100, sure, at that point, it's more likely to get Ascended than Primordial, but enemy health has gone up to 4,400% instead of 2,500. So 75 is still a perfectly serviceable place to be for farming Ascended gear. And what's notable about being as low as 75 for optimal farming is that it takes 10 runs to get to 50 and then 25 more to get here. That is only slightly more than it took to get from 0 to 50 before the patch. Because it was, 33 runs? Something in that neighborhood to get to 50 before patch? And now it's 10 to 50, and then 25 from 50 to 75. So you get better gear, better drop rates, better gameplay experience, and more elective difficulty faster than before. The update was good. This is just a good place to be.
Come on, have some fun.
I think we can get to 80 today. It's being cheeky.
Zone of protection. Pay me back later, okay? Finally.
Yeah, you can use tasers for self-damage strats. It's just that, they do such little damage that, for anything other than enabling an amnesia, it's not really practical to self-damage yourself with a taser. Necromancer Tree for BL2 multi-class mods actually done now, so next up finishing class mods. Let's go. Good work as always. Almost forgot the challenges exist, only had one character completed them. So getting all challenges with A character is not fun. Yeah, I don't really care about the challenge system. I only barely know how to access it. You can't access it in the chamber, can you? You have to go through the map? Yeah, you have to go through the map. It's pretty buried. A lot of Dragon Lord statues in this one. You know, obelisks and marbles. Oh, well, yeah, that's different. Obelisks, I try to do on all my characters, because it's pretty straightforward. Marbles and rune switches are a little awkward, because some of them are locked behind certain quests. So there's still a lot of my characters I don't have marbles and rune switches done on. Like, my Ghostblade build. I need to do the rune switches for that dexterity bonus. Then I should do... I haven't done the marbles on this character or that one. Let's see. I don't have that. I also haven't done poetry on this character. Which, honestly, I should do that as well, because I have no reason not to. You know, gameplay-wise. And
Enjoy your vacation.
considering how impactful the Empowering Sigil here is, even shaving another, like, half a second off the cooldown is, huge. And it doesn't do all bottle cap shrines, the hell do you do in your playthrough? Yeah, like, all bottle cap shrines in a playthrough is pretty easy to do without going out of your way. Because you need to get side XP at several points anyway. All obelisk is fairly simple to still get done. Not having all the poetry, understandable. Not having all the rune switches and marbles, understandable. Aw. I was just about to throw the hammer.
Ready to burn it all down?
Still fairly straightforward to get them before you hit max level. Oh, of course. Even if you, like... Yeah, there's a bunch of levels you need to fill before hitting max, assuming you don't do every single side quest available and you do enough to just stay on level. You still got a bunch of empty levels. And that's a good time to go get all the collectibles and such. Ouch. Common Skeep W.
Revenge time. Till death I said goodbye. I'm not out of the fight yet. Give me a minute. Time to put someone in a cast. Throwing thunder.
Normally I hit level 40 as I get the last few marbles. Sounds right. I've only bothered to get the marbles before doing endgame stuff like one time ever. I usually, on characters I do have them on, I went back later. And I've not done it on very many characters. It's just a lot of mine are copies of saves that have. Last night was the first time in a few months I'd gone and gotten the rune switches. Or not last night, night before. Area damage, ability damage on an Ascended Smart Armor, it's like trying. If that had double knot, that'd be not bad. For laser hand stuff. But nope. And I'm not crazy about Smart Armor anyway, so unless it's like actually perfect, I'm not picking it up. Gotta do most of the Murph mission. Fortunately, it's pretty quick. It takes like 3-4 minutes. Like, it's all in one area. Bank management. Yeah, I could never Dagacha. I'm so behind on that. I need to nuke my bank. At this point, I can refarm a lot of that stuff easily, now that Volatile Below is no longer in the pool. For high chaos tiers. For high chaos levels, rather.
Extra hot today. No, wait, you're already dead.
Smart armor is actually arthritic strongman armor, if you think about it. Yeah, more accurate description. And as an arthritic weak man, I'm allowed to say that. It was all high standard smart armor. Can't use a 7 or 8. Only 10s. Listen. I don't have a rebuttal. You fill in the blank there. Most of the Solicit mission, barely any of the Parasite mission, and most of the Crooked Eye Fill mission. Yeah, you do have to do a fair bit of the Crooked Eye Fill thing to get to that rune switch. Watching Quag during lunch, over work and during lunch. Happy to have you around, Paradox. Yeah, still feels pretty smooth on C75. Pretty good. I feel like builds that hold up in the C70s are gonna hold up at 100. They just need to, like, try hard. Like, switch elements to match as necessary in every possible situation, etc., etc. And you can start reasonably expecting builds to have all ascended gear on 75 plus. Like, it's no longer this person save edited to put out content. It's like, that's logically possible. Percentage of drop distribution at C75. It's 36% ascended, and then 64% primordial. Thank you. You're welcome. Not much has me scared for C100 except Gloop. Terrified of how C100 Gloop's gonna be. It's just gonna... Basically, you're gonna want double dipping things that hit weak spots. Is how you deal with Gloop on C100. So, like, Geist in the Shell. You know, you shoot crit spot, Geist takes that damage, but then also hits crit spot. And that nukes it. Live wire with proper positioning, double knot, all that stuff against Gloop is going to be, like, the best way of doing it. Blue Raid boss. I have a feeling C100 is going to be 100% ascended. I can tell you it's not. Okay, dog. I can tell you it is not. With Bark and his paw bubbles? No, Bark's paw bubbles disappear after you hit them once. With Bark's paw bubbles, it's just a matter of having a decent melee formula. But you're correct about Bunny, Locosius. What I said for Gloop applies for Bunny as well. Pan. Snake stick. It just gets more stressful at time, more health equals more time. That's true. It is one of those things you can afford to take slow. You just need to pay a lot of attention. Whereas Bark, you can kind of tune out after a point. As long as you don't have modifiers that are making the, curses, excuse me, that are making the ads a big threat. You just kind of vibe and dodge and take as much time as you need to. Bunny's got a bit of pressure, but as long as you've got defensive bulk, it's fine. Now, this build doesn't have defensive bulk, so Bunny would be a high-pressure encounter for sure. I would be focusing on doing as much damage as possible. Just got back after a few months break. Well, welcome back. Never felt Gloop particularly hard, though. She needs some speed to get away from danger zones. No one's saying it's hard. It's saying Gloop has a lot of health, because Gloop on high chaos levels, if you take curses and elite, has a lot of effective health. Gloop is very tanky. Now, if you play within the lines of exploiting that weak spot, then Gloop dies very quickly. But Gloop is very tanky. The most health in the game, feel I should know this. Probably the Maker. I think as long as the build can hit around 500k to a mil, it should be crushing. Seems like most enemies still can't take hits like that in the 90s, even with increased health. Well, even that isn't necessarily an actionable metric, because there's some builds that can't hit numbers that big because it's all in small numbers. Example, Ghostblade builds are not going to be hitting 1 mil values without, like, perfect gear, because Ghostblade is a lot of small hits, but it can still do it, you know? I should really do some bank management, but I'm not gonna. Alright, what's 76 look like? Yeah, much smaller difference in rates here. Minimal. Also sure that all and every Gloop's attack is dodgeable, while Bunny Sandstorm is not. Bunny Sandstorm is also, like, it doesn't need to happen, because you can kill Bunny before it does it. More easily than you can kill Gloop before it goes through several full cycles of its attack patterns.
Enter if you dare. But seriously.
One second. Right back. Alright, back. Adulty shit. Apologies. Trick Mirror? Yeah, Trick Mirror is great for dealing with Bunny. That said, should still be dodgeable, avoidables, and no second wind isn't that big of an issue. Well, there are second wind targets. And you're misinterpreting. You're hearing something that people aren't saying, Lukosius. We're not saying Gloop is hard, we're saying Gloop is tanky, and that leads to more stress because of more prolonged fight. Gloop is tanky. You do not need to downplay Gloop's mechanics. You get what I'm getting at? Pretty sure Quag's favorite color is green. Sometimes, beyond there. I'm more of a purple guy, honestly. Gloop is weak? Yes, in terms of threat level, but it's a prolonged fight. Gloop has a lot of effective HP when you're on high chaos levels with a high number of curses, and after having leaded enough rooms. Gloop is very tanky. Not complex to do at all. But for the same reason, a lot of boss-style encounters are more threatening in this game, because none of them do any noteworthy damage anymore, but the fights are longer. Whereas if you look at most Borderlands boss fights, the enemies don't exist long enough to threaten you. You give an enemy enough health, it'll be there. Honestly, Gloop's the raid boss I have the most stress fighting. I still think the Maker is more stressful than Gloop. But Bunny and Bark are pretty free. Because it's so easy to capitalize damage against them.
Yes, leading was so awful. Voltaic storm. Hero.
I think a dot melee build works with Sabo Blight. Thought he used assault battery as melee. If you are using melee and applying dots, then yes, that works out. But keep in mind, you cannot have Alchemical Agent and Spirit Swarm, and Alchemical Agent does more for melee builds than Spirit Swarm does. You can go Swarm anyway, but keep in mind that most melee weapons have terrible dot values. So, Sabo Blight is what I do for my Ghostblade build, for example. Because it lets me apply Alchemical to the Ghostblade. And then Blight Caller gives me defensive skills and Bog Down being the primary thing. Personally, don't have anything against prolonged fights. No one... Again, you're hearing sentences that people aren't saying. No one is saying they have anything against it. No one's saying we want it to change. Pointing out the nature of the fight as it stands right now.
One more for the Soul Spire.
I like that Gloop is a longer fight. Not exactly difficult, but the pressure mounts the longer it takes. Mechanically simple to capitalize against the boss. It's a good primer for how a lot of the boss fights in this game work at high difficulty levels. Yeah, once you can react, Bark is an absolute meme. It is purely an evasion check. That's all. Bunny is a survivability check, because if you don't have the raw damage to brute force the fight to be over before the sandstorm, it can spiral out of your control during the sandstorm. If you don't have enough buffer to survive that. Also, the ranged ads hit very hard, and they have open sightlines to you. So basically, Bunny tests your survivability, Gloop tests your patience, and Bark tests your awareness. And then you put all of that into play versus the Maker. I don't know, man, I just struggled with C20. When's the last time you played?
That's too good for you.
Imagine boss with all three mechanics of the aspects, like a Barky that also wants you to do the escort thingy. That'd be sick. Yeah, I'd be down. Like a week ago. Well, 3 days ago, 4 days ago, they made C20 a lot easier. Yeah. I barreled myself. Oh, thanks, Contagion. I didn't even hit him. And Contagion went... Burr. Or maybe there was an Exy Blade from my Sigil. Either way, stonks. So thinking about my plan for going through more chaos levels on this build, I think I might get this to, I don't know about to 100, but I'm probably going to keep going off stream for at least part of today, so that I can have other builds climbing on stream next time. Tomorrow will be either more chaos climbing or Dragon Age 2, depending on what I feel like doing 5 minutes before stream. Your bossing weapon, one I use now, didn't cut it at the time. Which weapon was that? $76? I do not have room in my schedule right now for that rabbit. I really don't. There's too many games I need to do stuff for.
Don't look so soft. It'll hurt you then.
34 Sword Explosion? Okay, so Sword Explosion is not your problem. Even an under-leveled Sword Explosion is not the problem there. The problem is lying elsewhere in either your kit or your build or your decision-making during your gameplay. Not indecisive, we call this surprise objectives. Can't wait for Quag to be an Overwatch 2 pro player, though. I hate people too much to interact with the Overwatch community. Like, they're known for being more toxic than the Borderlands community, and that's a little too much for me. Also, I'm too old to care about PvP. Now, when Overwatch 2 PvE drops? Maybe. PvP? Eh. You better understood. I mean, there's just not much that can compete with Sword Explosion in terms of bossing, so the problem's gotta lie elsewhere. Drink more G Fuel, get a competitive edge. How about instead of G Fuel, you drink Advanced? Exclamation point, Advanced GG. And you can use code QUAG for 10% off. Speaking of, I need to pick up more. I'm running very low. I've been stretching mine out, which is why I've been having coffee the last few days, but I need to acquire some more. How about jail? No.
Time to put someone in a cast. Flag tight.
Jail fuel? Advanced jail.
Ready to burn it all down.
That just sounds rude. No, but advance is great, seriously. Ignore the random plug, it's actually shit that I use. It's also delicious. I would not have been able to complete my 24-hour stream without them. And also I've been doing a lot of just spur of the moment, you know, 11, 12, 13-hour streams. And that always helps me get through the tail end. I've played this game since the third DLC came out. Anything new exciting going on now? Well, all throughout the month of September, they ran a rotating event where every week, 2 enemies out in the world would be given, like, raid boss levels of HP and drops they didn't normally drop. They've increased the Chaos cap to Chaos 100 and overhauled the Chaos system to be much more friendly to elective difficulty and farming in general. DLC 4 and the Blightcaller class came out. DLC 4 is really good. Myself and some other theory crafters are working on the Wonderlands community builds document. If you're familiar with the Borderlands 3 versions, you know, across characters, be doing one for this game as well. It's still in super early stages. It's mostly just me being indecisive behind the scenes at the moment, but soon TM. It's a good mosquito. Hold off though. Been using it tasty. I actually feel hydrated instead of coffee dry when I use it. Yeah, like I feel coffee dry right now. Because I drank coffee instead of advanced today. Can't get over how sweet all the flavors are. I sampled Gamer Subs, they're all horrendously sweet. Had more tame flavors, be more into it. Also can't buy a bunch of random stuff to figure out what I'd like, so that's another problem. Outside of the energy line, so you probably wouldn't care for the energy line of Advanced, but there's also the focus and the hydration ones. Those two have much more tame flavors, not like overly sweet. So you might like that stuff, Thermal. Formatting for the Wonderlands one's going to be a pain. Yeah, having some sort of easy-to-use index is going to be the big thing. Probably looking at a division of builds between focus, so like, you know, melee build section, spell build section, dot build section, gun build section. type deal. Cock 0. Yes, Cock 0, J-Bridge. I'm proud of you. You draw your 0 fan art, and don't let anyone tell you you can't. I believe in you. No pickaxes. Sag. It's another Ascended Banshee. That is a horrifically low roll. So Ascended Banshee can go up to 2,700 damage. We got one with the worst hilt mod. Low damage, no element. That's just painful. Your 0 fanfic, you would respond to that. I tried out Advanced, had a bit of a chalky mouthfeel. Am I doing something wrong and vigorously using the provided shaker? I've never experienced that myself. I've been doing it with water, and I've never gotten the chalkiness. Are you using too much? Like, are you scooping too heavy per the amount of liquid you're using? Going Deadshot on my melee to Chaos 60. May not even end up taking many characters up anytime soon. Armor my Deadshot so cracked, probably playing spells for a while. Not a bad problem to have. So in Cena, Cryo or Shock Salt Battery with Warriors since the DLC drop. Actually, insane RNG, this game's so frustrating. I've not gotten very good Salt Batteries either, Thermal. Some items elude certain people. It'll just be like that sometimes. Exactly what it is, you've been using too much. Got sample packs, put a full one inside the shaker each time. I don't know offhand how big the sample packs are. Because I have like the full tubs, but maybe check to see if that's supposed to be a full serving per pack. If it is, then just like use more liquid. That's a satisfying distance to next myth rank. Alright, lucky number 77. I'm just checking the vendor. I think this is a good stopping point, especially because they're now chopping a tree down. I don't know if you can hear that, but they're chopping a tree down, like right there. So it's gonna be loud for a bit. I think this is a good ending point. Anyway, so we've discovered today that pickaxe is the melee weapon to really keep an eye out for. I'm probably gonna continue climbing a little bit on this character off stream, to farm for pickaxes, but also to get closer to being able to do some C100 stuff on stream, and because I want to climb on a bunch of other characters. You ever just always do construction stuff? Fucking yes, dude, all the time. It's obnoxious. I'm reading one right now. It's 2 servings per pack. There you go. That would be why. I am that neighbor. Mood. But thank you guys so much for hanging out. Tomorrow is going to be either more Wonderlands or continuation of the Dragon Age 2 Nightmare playthrough, depending on what I feel like doing 5 minutes before stream, as I said. So let me find somewhere for us all to go. And I appreciate you guys hanging out and the conversation. It's good vibes today. Fun stuff. See, Pascaroni's on Wonderlands. Scarlet's on BL3. Dame is doing Horizon Zero Dawn. Tizzles on Pyre. Let's go to Pascaroni. See, Pascaroni is doing a playthrough. Day 3 of Bad Aiming, his title is, and I relate to that so hard. Me and aim and stuff. But let's do some Quag Chads. Yeah, those saws are getting loud now. Oh no. Yeah, thank you guys so much. Make sure to give Pascaroni lots of love. Wonderful human being. Just truly one of the nicest people to meet on the internet, and you'll enjoy the community and the content and all that stuff. All right, Kay, love you. Bye.